and my family drain us of our time and resources. So it's been absolute hell for me and my family these last couple of years.
I wonder where the prison is from.
My faith in God has only increased. I give God all the glory. I know my story is bringing souls to Him. So I praise God for this situation and the community with Mickey Babbitt and Nicole Redford and so many people. It's so amazing. So I'm honored to be one of the Yes, I'm live now. TikTok/Alaska. Also, on Twitter. All right, take care, guys.
Democrat, get yourself a Trump hat. Don't look like no Democrat, get yourself a Trump hat.
Came all the way from Hollywood, California yesterday. Just proven guilty. Well, it's a life sentence. I don't know. They can cancel. A president can cancel.
Thank you.
Could be. I mean, somebody. It's not a Republican. Greg Donovan, G-R-E-G-G Donovan, D-O-N. Well, I met him, but I haven't consulted with him.
Don't be a Democrat, get a Trump hat.
It's going to be the saddest.
How you doing now? T-shirts, flags, hats here. You need some Trump here.
Well, I mean, they're overstepping right now. The city classified them, and they haven't done it to President Biden, Vice President. They haven't done it to that. Yeah, it's kind of dividing you, but I think it's show.
Esa es la otra. Esa ahí. Muchísima policía. Policía también encubierto para
He might even win. He might even win the election and he's convicted, and then he can
Я знаю, блядь, такой мокрый. Я сам иду и хлопаю, какая жара. Привет! Распускай нахуй всех, разгоняй. Слушай, а что мы будем ходить за камеру? Не знаю, я тут уже... Sorry. Я сколько тут ходил, я охуел. Очень жарко. Don't be a Democrat, get yourself a Trump hat.
Так вот камера нас снимает, можешь передавать.
Мэгги рядом будь, пойдем отсюда. Слишком
Пойдем, да.
Yeah, he might have made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. I don't think he should sell them or something. He's not a spy. If anything, the opposite. I think, you know, if he didn't declassify them, it was a mistake. I want to get this guy right. He's saying. I hope he's hard. Well, my opinion is I think it's the dumbest sign on DeSantis. If he wins too, then that would be the dream thing. I'm sure DeSantis. I think some hope. Judge Trump now.
Нет, thank you.
now. Epstein was a Mossad operation to blackball every world leader into their pedophilic ways. And this was used so that we can extort more money to the state of Israel. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. He was going to leak the secrets on every single world leader and their pedophilic actions. The indictment of Donald Trump is not just, and Epstein needs to be investigated thoroughly. Donald Trump did nothing wrong. No, he didn't. Hey, what do we think about Ron DeSantis? What do we think about Maple? Fuck DeSantis! Fuck DeSantis! Fuck DeSantis!
Y nunca se fue. Y nunca se fue.
How's Ron DeSantis' poll number doing? Not so good, huh? Ron DeSantis kind of not doing so good lately. Kind of kicking bucket. Donald Trump, 63% polling in the Republican primary. Where's Ron DeSantis at, huh? Where's he at? Where's the guy who made him the governor of this state? Where's the guy who has any respect? Ron DeSantis owes his entire career to Donald Trump, and where's he at? Where's Ron DeSantis? He's running against Donald Trump, trying to usurp him from the presidency again. Ron DeSantis is a fraud. Ron DeSantis is a phony. He's bought out by foreign interest groups and foreign lobbyists by the state of Israel. Ron DeSantis will never be his president. Donald Trump is our president.
Don't hold it from the top. Don't hold it from the top on the bottom.
Trump is going to be president again. That's right. Ron DeSantis is caught up on every single foreign interest group that's going on. Ron DeSantis is not a man for America. He's a man for the pockets of billionaires in Wall Street and the Bank of London. That's right. I'll vote for Biden. I'm not voting for DeSantis. DeSantis is a scum.
Yeah. Dude, he literally...
If DeSantis wins the Republican primary, you have to expect me to be door knocking for Joe Biden. I do not want DeSantis under any circumstances. He will ruin this country more than Joe Biden ever could imagine.
Hey, I really like your outfit.
You can complain about everything always.
First one's closed because there's building. The second one, this one, and then they got the hood. It's a little turret. It looks like a It's like a cruise liner.
If it gets that far. All right?
You know, I've talked to him and we'll have a conversation.
Hot sun.
Really good at that.
He's secretly.
Black sun. Somewhat the lava we know. Somewhat the lava we know. They kissed our leader and it feels so bad, but the best is yet to come. He's the best president we ever had. Somewhat the lava we know. Somewhat the lava we know. The feds came knocking with their 6 guns. Somewhat the lava we know. Somewhat the lava we know. They raided Mar-a-Lago in the hot sun. Somewhat the lava we know. Somewhat the lava we know. They kissed our leader and it feels so bad, but the best is yet to come. He's the best president we ever had. Somewhat the lava we know. Somewhat the lava we know. Trump won!
Sorry, you welcome back. El cable de la batería que le tengo en la batería externa, pero no me he traído el cable del iPhone recto. Y tengo todo cargado de quita puñete que me gusta su casada por aquí con la pasada de
It is actually that shirt I brought again. It said Jesus is. Stary rano to było
Deportation, education, not deportation, education.
El presidente Donald Trump.
That's it. Get up here. Don't look like a Democrat. Get yourself.
Ligt op koers om de presidentschap. De Republikeinen voor de presidentsverkiezingen van 2020. Maar als deze rechtszaak eenmaal gaat lopen, zal dat zeker consequenties gaan krijgen in de campagne. Maar de achterban van Trump heeft al vaker bewezen hun kandidaat zeer, zeer trouw te zijn. Je zou wegpennen naar hun. Nee, maar we zouden ook de achterban.
The local and ABC.
This is a walkway. You gotta
Síguele, ramito seco.
Síguele, que eso le molesta.
Tienes que ir a criticar a tu presidente, AMLO. Que todos saben quién está apoyando allí. Y el gobierno de tu pueblo, Jorge Ramito Seco. O Ramito Podrido.
¡Regala tu casa!
¡Jorge Ramos! ¿Tú sabes lo que está pasando en la frontera? Con todos los niños que están violando. Que los están matando en la frontera. Y ustedes son los
¡Corruptos!
Son los responsables de lo que está pasando en la frontera. Niños violados, desaparecidos, que le están quitando los órganos. Y ustedes son los responsables. organización desorganizada para lucrar asesinos.
¡Fuera, Univisión!
¡Jorge Ramos es el Che Guevara mexicano! ¡Jorge Ramos! ¡Che Guevara mexicano! No, no como Che Guevara. Que se coma par de tacos y zúmbenlo para allá. Eres una atrevida. Atrevida y Solo te compró. A usted, todos ustedes son comprables. Por eso es que porque no lo pudieron comprar.
Oh, he's getting it right. Yeah, go on.
Oh, perfect. La momia.
Yeah, I saw the mayor. I took a video, but he was talking in Spanish.
We need the bird. We need the bird. Get on your knees.
The evidence is clear. He has no right to be present.
I just have water again.
Pues sí es que brother, le están haciendo las bases militares de
Trump has $5.
Tanta tecnología, tanta mierda que inventan todos los días, bro. Mira, un flechazo con un arpón y le zanco un paracaídas y lo salva. secret to with the churches.
Did you already do yours? I just got.
Good afternoon, folks. JB here with you live in the Stream Center, getting ready for live interactive coverage here on WFLA now of the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, turning himself in. His arraignment set for 3 o'clock Eastern. We can see some movement here at the Trump Hotel in South Florida. We are expecting Donald Trump to be departing here from his hotel, making his way to the federal courthouse in Miami shortly in the coming minutes. So this live feed is outside of the hotel where we're going to be monitoring this shot for activity. And you will, of course, see a very large motorcade making its way out of the hotel and towards the federal courthouse in Miami. The entirety of the trip expected to be over in about 20 to 25 minutes. So we'll stay here with you on this shot. WFLA investigator Masa Saidi will be joining me in the Stream Center. We have a lot of different feeds. We still have the feed here from outside of the courthouse. We also have an aerial feed courtesy of this chopper from NBC South Florida. They are heading to their destination at the moment, but for now, we're going to stay here with you live outside of the hotel. Or again, Donald Trump leaving the hotel to be arraigned at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Live coverage coming your way.
You can't be on the other side of this post. Just move out of the way. Just pass. Public affair. No, but the cops just told us that we have to do that. Thank you, then. Yeah. We'll get out of your way. It's like a handicap thing. Thank you.
To let our audience know, we are going to be featuring your comments interactively here on our WFLA Now live stream coming up in just a few minutes. We can animate your comments on screen. We can do so just like this. Of course, if you use one of our hashtags, in this case, it's going to be #KJB. What's the weather like at the courthouse? Is it hot? Is it humid? It's in the high 80s, and yeah, it is balmy out there in South Florida, and really where we are in Tampa as well. It's a hot day in Florida, and also too a bit humid as well. So a typical June summer hot day in South Florida for, again, the expected arraignment of Donald J. Trump at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. And again, that means most for the people that are standing outside. The folks that are outside of the courthouse in Miami, Florida. It's an enormous contingency of media, international media, national media, local media. it's also, too, a lot of American citizens who have showed up to demonstrate here at the courthouse today. Again, live coverage coming your way here in just a few minutes with myself, Masa Saidi, but we're going to stay here with you live from outside Trump National Doral as, again, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, is going to be leaving here momentarily, as we've been told, to head to the courthouse in Miami, Florida. Live updates as they come in.
Scott, you want to do a practice if I'm here? Yeah. Like this. How's that? Come on. Ready to do the practice? Yeah. I'll go practice too. I'll go on. Everybody's she didn't exactly close this week. Indecision.
To Craig in our comment section using hashtag AJB. Again, our live coverage begins in just a few minutes, folks. Our team is getting ready for extended, uninterrupted, commercial-free coverage of the Trump arraignment in South Florida. And as we do, we're going to be preparing to, of course, take your hashtag AJB questions and comments. We're going to be talking about Judge Cannon, who is the judge at the center, of course, of today's proceedings. We're going to be talking about this, Craig, with Masa Saidi, a former New York City prosecutor, current WFLA investigator, coming up here in just a bit. I just want to let you know we are paying attention to the YouTube live comment section, other social media comment sections as well, as we look for our hashtags. In this case, it will be hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa. Perhaps some others will get introduced as we continue our live stream here from South Florida. Again, we'll put away Craig's comment here for just a moment to show you again. This is outside the Trump Hotel, where he's going to be departing momentarily, we're told. It's believed to be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. He's going to be leaving here to head to the federal courthouse in Miami for his arraignment scheduled at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Live coverage begins momentarily.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Live on WFLA Now, this is Hey JB. Here's JB Buno.
An unprecedented day in Florida and, of course, for our nation as the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, set to be arrested and arraigned on 37 federal charges, accused of hoarding classified documents. We have live interactive coverage here from the Stream Center on WFLA Now with developments as they come in. Hello there to you folks. Good afternoon, wherever you are watching from. JB here with you live in the Stream Center alongside WFLA investigator Masa Saidi, who joins us there on the right side of your screen. She has been covering all things Trump, all things DeSantis, really Florida at the center of the political universe right now. We're going to bring Masa into the conversation in just a second, but first, we're going to begin right here because it appears that the motorcade for Donald J. Trump is getting prepared to leave his hotel in South Florida to make about a 20 to 30 minute drive over to the federal courthouse. So right on cue, Masa, as we begin our live coverage, Donald Trump leaving his hotel to make his way ahead of the arraignment at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a historic day. It's a somber day to see this happen for the very first time in our country. A former president heading to a federal courthouse to be criminally charged, as you said, on 37 counts, allegations that he illegally kept classified documents, and then, according to the indictment, which was unsealed on Friday, he obstructed the government's efforts to regain these documents. So we don't expect to see the former president at all today. It's just going to be seeing his motorcade. He is, we believe, going to be entering the federal courthouse through a garage where he will then get on a freight elevator, where he will then be arrested by the FBI. He will go into the custody of marshals, and he is going to be fingerprinted. All the reporting says that there will be no mugshot taken for reasons that perhaps are easy to understand why. Then at 3 o'clock, he's going to appear on the 13th floor of this federal courthouse.
We'll go to that courthouse here, a live shot.
Mm-hmm. And he will not be before the judge that's assigned to this case. It will be just a magistrate judge, not the Trump appointee. The controversial judges happened to be assigned to this case. They will just tell him what his rights are. We believe that he will have the opportunity to enter a plea, and he's expected to plead not guilty. And we're covering all of this. Just a couple of minutes ago, as you know, JB, I had the pleasure of speaking with one of Mr. Trump's former defense attorneys assigned on this case, Tim Parlatore. I went to law school with Tim, so he made time for me to talk about the government's case and the ways in which the defense team that is still in place can attack this indictment and fight back against what is being alleged. And an indictment that many legal experts say seems pretty airtight and very serious, JB.
Masa Saidi joining us here in the Stream Center. We've also got WFLA political reporter Libby Dean, who's joining us from Tallahassee, going to be picking her brain because she's been covering the campaign of Ron DeSantis here in Florida and, of course, outside of Florida as well. We'll be bringing Libby into the conversation here in just a moment. We also have a chopper in the air, NBC South Florida. Their chopper is going to be following the former president of the United States as he makes his way to the courthouse. But all eyes right now are on the hotel itself, Masa, because, again, Donald Trump is going to be leaving here shortly and, of course, making his way over to the courthouse. So you noted that he is going to be fingerprinted, Masa.
Yeah.
But he's not going to have his mugshot taken.
Mm-hmm.
That is considered a formal part of the booking process. But as I understand it, based on what the Associated Press has been reporting, they don't need a mugshot of Donald Trump. They know who Donald Trump is. He's a former president of the United States. So that part of the process will be bypassed. But he will still have to formally enter a plea. And again, he's expected to enter a plea of not guilty. And again, the charges, it's a long list. It's 37 felony counts.
That's right. Yes, he's been charged with 37 felony counts, 31 violations of the Espionage Act. That's an old 1917 anti-spy law that basically makes it a crime to hold on to secret documents without authorization. And this was done before the current classification of top secret, secret, and so on. So the classification doesn't matter. And so he's basically, the government alleges that for more than a year, they tried to get these classified documents back, that former President Trump did not want to give up the documents, that they were forced to have to issue a subpoena for the documents, that one of Mr. Trump's attorneys, Evan Corcoran, was to go and to search the boxes and to recover all of the documents, and the indictment alleges obstruction, and that Mr. Trump and his named co-conspirator, his personal aide, Walt Nada, allegedly worked together, according to the indictment, to kind of move the boxes around, hiding the documents from not just the government, but also from one of the attorneys. So the charges that he's facing, the 31 counts that pertain to the 31 classified documents that were in his possession, these were documents that were recovered after the federal subpoena, after Mr. Trump's attorney went to Mar-a-Lago and searched and said, hey, government, here's all the classified documents that we have. After that, authorities found more classified documents, and those documents are what has been charged here in this indictment. And I only point that out because people will say, other people had classified documents. President Biden had classified documents. Pence had, it's almost a joke. Who didn't take classified documents with them? But what's being alleged here is the difference is that in this case, Mr. Trump not only had the documents, but did not want to give them up, went against the subpoena, conspired with an individual to, hide those documents. So very serious charges here, but I do want to point out again, I did just talk with Tim Parlatore. He's one of the defense attorneys on this case, one of the people that has been inside this investigation, that has worked with the special counsel, the Department of Justice, this team. And, he had some very, strong words about, how that he says they've behaved. And, he says this is just an accusation. We don't know exactly how to analyze this until we get to the discovery process, whereas things might seem very airtight right now. That remains to be seen.
Masa Saidi joining us here in the Stream Center. Libby Dean is also going to be joining us here in just a moment. But again, this is live coverage now of outside Trump National Doral, the hotel where Donald Trump has been staying in advance of his arraignment in federal court in Florida at 3 o'clock. So he has now, based on all indications with the motorcade, a long train of black SUVs flanked by authority personnel, authority cruisers, all of them leaving the hotel. They are now making their way from the hotel to here, outside the federal courthouse, where, of course, security is paramount today. There was some activity earlier as far as police being called to the scene to make a thorough check of some of what was outside the courthouse today. This is, of course, a major security and safety concern today as people have flocked to the federal courthouse. It's not just media. It's people on both sides of the aisle, Americans or Floridians, rather, and Americans, too. People have come from other states to be here for this unprecedented day in American history. And we also have a chopper in the air that's going to be following the Trump motorcade as it makes its way to the federal courthouse. Masa is going to be popping in and out of the Stream Center over the course of this afternoon. Masa, how long do you have with us for this particular Q&A?
You know, I can stay for a little bit. I will be on at 4, 5, and 6 on WFLA Channel 8 in Tampa, so please tune into that. So I want to make sure I'm prepared. But I'm good for a couple more minutes, JB.
Okay, sounds great. So let's, and we'll transition from you to Libby Dean momentarily.
Absolutely.
Let's go to now this aerial feed. There is the motorcade for the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump. It has left the hotel. It is making its way to the courthouse. How does this differ to what has transpired in New York? Masa Saidi, let me be clear here, folks. Masa is a former New York City prosecutor who joins us here as well at WFLA News Channel 8 to provide her legal expertise, but also to do investigative journalism for the 8 on Your Side team. So, Masa, you have, of course, a lot of knowledge when it comes to both our how law and order functions in New York, how it functions in Florida. What's the big difference between what we're talking about here today in Florida and what has transpired in New York, in your estimation?
Well, I think that any expert that has looked at this case, this federal case, will tell you that this federal case is much stronger than that case in New York. Now, just a couple of months ago, we did see former President Trump go to criminal court in downtown Manhattan. That case, that state case, related to alleged hush money payments that he made to a porn star during the 2016 election, allegations that, he has denied any wrongdoing in that case. And that was just a much less, serious case. This indictment is on its face much more devastating. I mean, in this indictment, Special Counsel Jack Smith really lays out a case showing that the president had these documents. These were classified documents. They contained information that could potentially put the lives of Americans at risk, that potentially puts our national security at risk. He lays out using text messages, potential video from Mar-a-Lago, how Mr. Trump allegedly and this aide Walt Nauta worked together to move these boxes, to hide these boxes from even their own attorney.
I'm sorry, Masa, just really quickly look at that. They had what appeared to be, they had stopped traffic at a complete standstill. It was a parking lot of cars as they were making way for the motorcade to go down. So this is what clears the way for a presidential or former presidential motorcade to make its way from one place to the other. So I'm sorry, I just wanted to note that for our audience, because that was, it was at least a couple hundred cars at a complete standstill to make way for the motorcade. But I'm sorry, let me allow you to continue your point.
No, thank you so much for mentioning what's going on right now. We want to make sure viewers have an accurate view of everything that's happening as it unfolds. But, I was just saying that it does appear that this, everything that is said in the indictment, it appears to be backed up with text messages or pictures. So at this stage, this does appear to be a fairly strong case. There are several ways that the defense team can attack what's being alleged here. And Tim Parlatore was talking with me, again, one of the former attorneys on Trump's defense team assigned to this case. He left in May, but he had spent months working on this case. And he talked about alleged prosecutorial misconduct that happened here, selective prosecution. And we've heard this allegation made by attorneys, on television, not really in court, that Mr. Trump, under the Presidential Records Act, could have declassified these documents. And Tim pointed out, one big hurdle that Special Counsel Jack Smith is going to face. He has to show that, national security was put at risk, but at some point he's going to have to show the documents to the jury, and that kind of undercuts that argument. If it's so dangerous, you're showing it, to a jury, how could it be putting national security at risk here? But I'll have much more on, what he had to say about what the president can do to fight these extremely serious charges. We know that politically, they're going to use this as an opportunity to fundraise. I mean, it's hard to wrap your head around the fact that he is the front runner and the GOP, that, and now Biden's Justice Department is charging him with this very serious. It's just like it's surreal. It's so, and it's wow.
This is reality, not a movie script or something to that effect. Because yes, this is a former president who is going to be indicted, or has been indicted, and is going to be arraigned on federal charges in less than 90 minutes from now, expected to enter a plea of not guilty right here in Florida. No, it's absolutely crazy. Masa, while I have you for about another 5 minutes, I want to get to, folks, ask your questions here in the Facebook Live and YouTube Live comment section. On the white stripes underneath our names here on the left and the right, you see the hashtags for us, #HJB, #HeyMasa. If you use one of those hashtags, we can put your comments on screen. Whether it's an opinion, whether it is, of course, a question for Masa, who's providing some legal analysis for us here today. Please use the hashtag if you want your comment to be spotlighted on screen. We will not be putting up anything vulgar or inappropriate. Keep the comment section clean, folks. But we want to keep, of course, the conversation going forward with you as a part of it. So I'll look for #HJB questions and comments. But we can get this one question out of the way, Masa, really quickly as we wait for those comments to come in, because I know people are punching them in on their keyboards right now. This will not preclude Donald Trump from being able to run, legally being able to run for president of the United States. He could, every one of these 37 counts, he could be found guilty or even plead guilty. It's not really an obstacle for him as far as being an eligible candidate, correct?
Correct. And one of the things that people are talking about, I mean, it's possible that this case gets dragged out until after the election, and either President Trump, if he happens to win the presidency, he could pardon himself, or if a Republican happens to win, they could pardon him as well. That's why it's so incredibly important, the judge that's assigned to the case. And Mr. Trump got extremely lucky here. The judge that's been assigned, Judge Eileen Cannon, was appointed by Mr. Trump, and she is someone who on this case has ruled favorably for Mr. Trump in this investigation, and her rulings have, surprised many legal experts, and her rulings were actually overturned by the 11th Circuit, which is conservative. So she is viewed as someone who is very favorable to former President Trump. And people were like, how in the world was she picked on this case? Because they chose to bring it in this venue. Well, apparently there are, in that district where she sits, there are 10 judges that could have been assigned this case, 7 judges that work all the time, and then 3 senior judges that sometimes fill in on cases. And the chief clerk has said to the New York Times that this was completely random, her assignment, and that she is going to stay on this case unless she chooses to recuse herself. Now, she's not going to be looking over the proceeding today. This is a very minor proceeding. A magistrate judge is going to be overseeing the proceeding today, but she's going to have a lot of power, JB, as far as the timeline, setting the calendar, and potentially what the jury could see. Like, could they see what Trump's current attorney, what one of Trump's attorneys, Evan Corcoran, said, the notes that he took after he talked with Mr. Trump. This was some of the worst information that was revealed in the indictment, where the president is talking with his attorney and he's saying, do we have to comply with the subpoena? I mean, what if the evidence is just like destroyed, kind of referring to like the Hillary Clinton email
and we got
server.
a lot of questions coming in about that as well. But I want to get Zenobia Coleman's comment on screen. Again, use either the hashtags on your screen. We can get your comment on screen. Hashtag Hey Masa, what's the likelihood Trump will be put in jail? Another one here from Delmas Martin. Hashtag Hey Masa, if found guilty, will he go to prison? People are asking about the likelihood that a former president of the United States, really leader of the free world, if you will, would actually be locked up in his own criminal justice system.
So not likely. First, talking about going back to if a Republican, if we go through this, if he's found guilty, he could be just pardoned by himself or by a Republican. But, we are just at such the beginning stage of this, JB. There are so many defenses, pretrial defenses, at trial. I mean, we are just so far away from even being able to say that he's definitely going to be at some point, convicted on this. And even if he is, he has to have Secret Service with him. How is that going to work?
Sure.
Is Secret Service going to go to the prison? I mean, so I think that is something that everything that I'm seeing, conversations that I'm having, is highly unlikely.
Sarah wants to know, hashtags for both of us, why isn't Trump in prison between arraignment and trial? Well, I can begin to answer this question.
Yeah.
The arraignment hasn't occurred yet. The arraignment, of course, is happening at 3 o'clock. He's formally turning himself in on the charges, folks, and being arraigned in front of a judge, where he's expected to enter a plea of not guilty at 3 o'clock. That's still an hour and 16 minutes from now. However, bond is going to be discussed today, is it not?
I actually don't know. I don't believe it's going to be discussed today. Look, the purpose of holding someone is because they're a danger to society, that they could be violent and go and hurt someone, or if you don't think they're going to, come back to court. This is someone who is running to be president. He's not going to be, fleeing the country. So I don't think that is, I don't think that would be proper to hold him behind bars on this. That would not be proper.
The Associated Press, I believe, and I want to make sure I have this right. The Associated Press reporting, Masa, that they're going to discuss conditions of bail.
Oh, so they're saying they are going to discuss it? Because I read otherwise.
That's expected to be at least addressed, even in a very brief capacity. But that could also include the order to surrender the former president's passport. Now, in a normal federal proceeding, surrendering somebody's passport, somebody who's been charged with a crime, the whole idea is so that they don't flee the country. So the idea that he would flee the country when he is leading in the polls right now as perhaps the GOP candidate for the White House in 2024, this is again all unprecedented territory that we find ourselves in. This is bonkers, folks. I'm sure you were hoping to hear a lot more legal terminology from Masa. I'm going to use the non-legal terminology and just say that this is absolutely bonkers that this is happening. And again, there's no textbook case that we can look back in American history, to open up your textbooks and go back to this year and to find precedents for this. This is unprecedented what we find ourselves in right now as Trump is getting closer to arriving at the courthouse here today. Perhaps we can try to get through to one more question or comment.
I can be with you for 5 more minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
At 1:55, I'm out.
Brandon wants to know, hashtag HeyMoss, what are the odds that the Supreme Court gets involved and throws this out, like with the former Republican governor? So this is not a Supreme Court case. This is a federal case.
I mean, yeah,
out of Florida,
this is just we are at the very. This is a federal case. This is just at the very beginning stages. We haven't even had a trial. There's no appeal. So going to the Supreme Court, absolutely could eventually end up going to the Supreme Court. But we haven't even seen the former president, now a federal criminal defendant, be arraigned. So the process is just beginning today, JB. So we are very far away from having a trial. There's going to be pretrial hearings after this. Then there will potentially be a trial. I've seen some legal experts say this is definitely going to go to a jury. Tim Parlatore, one of Trump's former defense attorneys who I just spoke with, who was on this case, left in May, says he doesn't think it's even going to get to that point. But of course, you get to the Supreme Court, that's the last place that cases go. So yes, certainly they would have jurisdiction, but we're not there yet.
By now, it's documented history that Joe Biden had classified documents at his home, his Delaware home in Rehoboth Beach. You mentioned Pence and Clinton, Hillary Clinton earlier.
The
but
email survey.
Weekly Jen wants to know, in essence, can the information regarding Biden's possession of classified documents be used at all in this case in Trump's defense?
Yeah, they could under like selective prosecution to basically say that, that not only was there prosecutorial misconduct, but they're going after President Trump, and they did it in other cases. Now, what I can tell you is you have to distinguish these two cases because Mr. Trump is accused of illegally holding on to these documents, refusing to give them up, and he's accused of conspiring with his aide to make sure the government and his own attorneys don't see these documents. So that's different from the situation where President Biden's team says that they complied, they reported the information, they opened their doors, and they had, agents search the property to remove it. So the difference is, yes, they all had classified information, but the classified information that President Trump turned over, he's not being prosecuted for that. He's only being prosecuted for the documents that they did not turn over, even despite a subpoena.
Evan wants to know, #HeyMassa, do you think Trump's attorneys will push to have the trial before or after the election? Timeliness here is so important given where we are in the election calendar. November 2024 will be here before you know it. And people who follow trials here on YouTube or on social media, they know that delays are inevitable, that things, while everybody has a right to a speedy trial, you don't actually usually get, things all falling in a row as they should be. So to answer Evan's question, do you think that this will be before or after the election? But really quickly, let's go here to we'll come back to that comment here in just a second. Let's put away the comment and show you that there is a protester now or a demonstrator, I should say rather, being removed from the streets. He was in the street as the motorcade was getting close to the courthouse. So now they're turning in. And there was a moment there that was a little bit too close for comfort as far as authorities who are escorting the president go. So they are now turning into, I believe this is the area where the courthouse is located. Or they might just be clearing the roadway here of demonstrators as they near the courthouse. So we'll follow this closely. The former president of the United States, Donald Trump, will be arraigned in federal court in South Florida in an hour and 9 minutes from now, 3 o'clock Eastern time. But back to the timeliness of this, Massa. Is this going to be happening anytime soon as far as he pleads not guilty, right, today? When would a trial happen?
Months and months away from that happening. I, have seen what people have said about, first is a question of what is to his political advantage. And JB, I think it's to his political advantage to, not rush this along. He is using this. He's saying they're coming after me. I'm fighting for you. When they come after me, they're coming after you. This is the swamp. It's a witch hunt. So I think that, he's using this to appeal to his GOP base, people that love him, and they do feel like he has been targeted. And they see this kind of not in the nuanced way, perhaps, that we're talking about this today. They see, well, everyone had classified documents. Why are they going after him? So politically, I think it serves him to, delay this. And of course, I think it serves him even legally, because if, a Republican wins, or if he wins, then, he can dismiss this whole thing. So I would love, if we have any other experts or attorneys tuning in, would love to hear what they have to say. I don't really see a reason for him to want to have a speedy trial, even though that is something the special counsel, DOJ, Jack Smith, said that, he wanted. And typically these federal cases are very slow moving.
Right. And that's what I was alluding to earlier, that delays are inevitable when it comes to a trial that presents so many potential complications and complexities. Again, we're looking here live at the aerial feed from NBC South Florida as we have the security detail with the presidential motorcade now having a discussion. We have not seen Donald Trump yet as far as leaving from his hotel or getting out of his vehicle in Miami here. So we'll pay very close attention. There's a lot of attention from the helicopter to this lead vehicle as it was pulling in. But again, this might be security related as a result of there was a individual, a demonstrator in the streets holding a sign, was beyond the sidewalk and was actually appeared to be in one of the lanes of traffic, or at least in a parking lane. So we'll see exactly. We're going to pay close attention to this to see if this is security related, as far as just a potential pause in making sure that the former president, gets to his destination safely, or if this is all part of the drop-off process. But you can see that the motorcade in its entirety now has come to a stop. But Masa,
is this at the federal courthouse? I was reading something.
We believe that this is near the federal courthouse, and now that they are coordinating to drop off Donald Trump, and make sure that he is safely transported to the federal courthouse here in Miami, Florida.
Yeah, and we're about 1 hour and 6 minutes away from an event that is historic. The president going into court to be arraigned on 37 federal criminal counts. But we should note this is going to be something very unlike the state court case, when we're not going to get a glimpse of President Trump. Our understanding is that he's going to enter in through the garage and then go up in a freight elevator. I see we have a question.
Robert wants to know any expectations of defense attorneys entering motions to dismiss. And I think well, I'll let you provide the answer to that.
Absolutely. That is something that is going to happen in the pretrial process. That is something that, again, one of his former defense attorneys on this case, no longer on this case, so not a part of what happens, but he was just talking about how that's going to be something that, I mean, he can't imagine, those motions not being filed.
So this is now a live look at the courthouse. So the motorcade has arrived. Now the news photographer in the helicopter is showing us just the increasing amount of crowds that have gathered to this particular corner because of course, a lot of Floridians, a lot of Americans who are here today to support or to protest and demonstrate against the 45th president of the United States. So they are all now migrating and getting closer to that motorcade drop-off point. And I think that that's why you're hearing a little bit of a conversation taking place here between the security detail and, of course, between those who are just trying to get their phones out, capture a glimpse of the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. So,
and you see several dozen, protesters and half a dozen law enforcement.
Penny says, #HeyMasa, this is historic and will be decided by the courts.
That is right, Penny. Historic and will be decided by the courts and a judge that Mr. Trump appointed.
And of course, we'll continue to pay attention to our comment section across multiple social media platforms. You can use #HeyJB, #HeyMasa, and we'll do our very best to spotlight as many questions and comments. But again, I'm selecting the comments that come out of the Facebook Live, YouTube Live comment section. Anything that is just factually, incorrect or just completely baseless or isn't rooted in reality or has vulgar language, we're trying to have a productive conversation here, folks, and we'll continue to try to do that here.
But there was a poll a couple days ago that 47% of the country thinks that this is politically motivated.
Mm-hmm.
So I can certainly understand why people are maybe saying inappropriate things. Why they're this is an emotional thing for people that love Mr. Trump, that feel that he has done wonderful things for the country. So, but as JB said, please try to keep those comments out because we cannot show them, on screen anyway. But we do appreciate you guys joining us today for this historic event as former President Trump has now arrived to a federal courthouse in downtown Miami. Again, he is going to be entering the building through the garage and he will be arrested by the FBI, and he'll be placed into the custody of marshals. There will be no handcuffing. There will be no mugshot. We believe that he will have his fingerprint taken. And typically there's a DNA swab done as well in these types of situations. Don't know if that's going to happen, but all of this behind closed doors. There are no cameras allowed in a federal courthouse, but Mr. Trump will be alongside 2 attorneys and the judge, a magistrate judge, not the judge that is going to oversee this case, just a magistrate judge, making sure that he understands the charges against him. He will likely have the opportunity to enter a plea. From everything that we have heard from Mr. Trump, of course, he's going to plead not guilty. And then they will set a calendar of what happens here next.
Let me ask you, you were talking about people, the conversation online, the narrative that exists right now on social media. People are asking this question more than any other. Is this a politically motivated act, right? And so, of course, you and I are talking about that now. And we have the ability to ask poll questions here on WFLA now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is a good opportunity for us to maybe ask a poll question
so.
to see exactly where our audience stands on this one particular question. And I tried to come up with this question in as objective of a way as possible. So I'm going to read it here for you before I hit the click button, before I start the poll. Do you believe Trump would be facing charges if he wasn't a presidential candidate?
Okay. Yeah, that's very objective.
Right.
I think the question for people is, do you believe that he is being charged because he's Donald Trump?
Okay,
I
right.
think that's the question. Not that, I think what his supporters allege is that there are forces that do not want Donald Trump to be president again, that they believe that he's dangerous for the country and that he is being targeted. Now, that is what his supporters think. So I think the question isn't that they're just going after him because he's a presidential candidate. I think what they are saying is they're going after him because he's Donald Trump.
Okay, so let's rephrase
I'm not
this.
saying that's right at all.
Masa asks.
No, not Masa.
Yeah, no, it's your question. Do you believe?
Okay.
Do you believe these federal charges? Welcome to interactive streaming, folks. Do you believe these federal charges stem? I'm sorry. How exactly did you?
Okay.
I want to make sure I have it.
These federal? Is he being prosecuted because he's Donald Trump? Can we simplify?
Trump being prosecuted
because he's Donald Trump? I'm not the best with words.
He's Donald Trump. I'll put the J in there.
Yeah,
Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
All right.
That's not very eloquent.
Masa's poll on YouTube Live is live. Let's ask it.
Can I just say one thing?
Absolutely.
This whole thing is so surreal for me because, I actually knew former President Trump because I was on The Apprentice. So this whole thing is just extra surreal for me to witness.
Did you ever think that one day you'd be on an interactive live stream talking about him being arraigned on federal charges as he is gearing up for his second 4-year term for the White House, trying to run for president after being president?
Well, yes,
previously?
I did. I did think that in 2009. That was one of the first. I saw it all unfold. I see one of our bosses is here. I will say it was many things have been surreal, having witnessed, this as the rest of the country just in 2016, like seeing that, somebody that I feel like we're going off schedule, off topic here, but just him becoming president, of course, was something that was very interesting to witness.
I was just passed along a nugget here by our assistant news director. We do, of course, have reporters on the ground. And so a bit of breaking news. Donald Trump has officially surrendered in federal court in Florida here in Miami ahead of his arraignment at 3 o'clock Eastern time. So he has turned himself in. He has formally surrendered. And now he's going to be arraigned on the 37 felony counts again at 3 o'clock Eastern time. The entire court proceeding is expected to be less than an hour long. He is then going to be departing for an event tonight in New Jersey. He's going to be leaving from South Florida to, of course, make his way to New Jersey tonight. So that's the latest that we have here on WFLA.com. I want to go back to the poll question here in a little bit, but I want to see exactly. It was a Massa poll. We don't do too many Massa polls.
We
but
don't. I didn't even know it was a Massa
today.
poll. I was just trying to help make the JV poll a little bit better.
No, but yeah, but we changed the question around a little bit. Massa, why don't I get you a bit of? I know you have to go work.
In 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, so we're doing okay.
Yeah, I can. You're so fun to be on with you. This is like the favorite part of my job.
All right, so I'm gonna pass along to
At 2:15, I'm leaving for real, but I'll come back.
All right, you got it. 2:15. All right, so Massa, you know what? Let's see how many votes we can get in this poll before we close it.
Yeah.
I'd like to get to at least 2,000 votes. We have 1,000 coming in right now. So Donald Trump has surrendered.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a surprise. This is exactly what was expected.
It's what you do.
And what we have been told. Of course, what was going to happen is he is expected to enter a plea of not guilty. So right now, what is likely happening is he is in the courthouse and going through a bit of a custom booking process because he's not being photographed for a mugshot.
Mm-hmm.
He is being fingerprinted.
Yes, we believe.
I'm not so sure why you would fingerprint him and not take the mugshot. I mean, they have
the
fingerprints of Donald Trump.
Well, because you want to follow. So right now he's not in the courthouse right now. He's being booked and processed by the marshals right now.
Right.
I have listened to a lot of commentary about you wouldn't want to take the mugshot because you wouldn't want that to be leaked. I'm not bright enough. I'm struggling to understand why that would. I mean, I guess it's harmful. I think the whole thing is harmful, but why the mugshot being leaked would be so harmful. People smarter than me are going to have to explain that to me.
Because we talked about this. It's deja vu all over again. With when, of course, he was facing charges in New York. That mugshot, if it were to be taken, it would be on T-shirts all over the country in a matter of hours, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would immediately go into record and to social media lore as just being a part of.
It could be used as propaganda by other countries. I don't know. I'm
Right.
trying to understand why, But regardless, that's not going to happen today.
Right.
The mugshot, there is going to be no mugshot. He's of course not going to be handcuffed, but he is going to. They will take his fingerprint. He'll be processed, and at 3:00 is when he's set to appear before this magistrate judge. It's 31 counts alleging unlawful retention of classified documents in violation of the Espionage Act. The other five charges have to do with obstruction, violating United States Code, obstructing the government's efforts to retrieve this. That includes conspiracy, allegedly working with his personal aide, Walt Nada, to move boxes around to hide the documents from their own attorneys, Trump's own attorney, allegedly, and also the government. And there's one charge against Mr. Trump for making a false statement, I believe, or a false statement of representation is how I believe it's phrased. And that has to do with not something that he said to the federal government, but he's being accused of inducing his attorneys to make a false statement. And the false statement they're referring to is when the attorneys certified after receiving that subpoena that all the boxes had been searched, all the classified documents had been sent over. We now, according to the indictment states that did not happen, that, they found all these other classified documents after. So it's the fact that they're saying that Mr. Trump induced his attorney to misrepresent information to the government. That was a mouthful. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Take a look at this shot, though.
Wow, that's getting bigger, the crowds. Is that getting bigger? Or is that a close-up?
Well, I think that they're just getting denser.
Are they just getting closer together?
Yeah.
What is that, 100 people?
Absolutely,
I see
doubt.
only Trump. I see Trump flags and American flags. That doesn't look like anti-Trump to me. That looks like just Trump to me, right? It's red.
Well, right.
And it's the Trump flag.
To be fair, the news photojournalist in the helicopter is zooming in on the most dense collection of people, and that is very likely. There are, those who are demonstrating against Donald Trump here today, but it is clear that this particular group that has gotten right up alongside this barricade outside of the federal courthouse, this is clearly Trump supporters waving their Trump 2024 flags.
Yeah.
So this is a live picture here from South Florida, folks.
But they look peaceful to me.
So far,
they
so
look
good.
calm to me, and I love that.
I can answer this question from Megan. Will it be live inside the courtroom during this? And the answer to that, I always talk about how I'm, right. I always talk about how I'm all for transparency and live streaming court cases and court hearings and moments in time because I believe that if a member of the public can be in a courtroom, then it should be accessible to those who perhaps cannot physically be there in person to attend a particular moment in time in our legal system. And so to answer Megan's question, no, this is the arraignment itself cannot be live streamed. And the Judge Cannon, went even a step further, because if it can't be live streamed, then what ends up happening is people will follow their favorite reporter on Twitter to get updates from inside the courtroom. But Judge Cannon put out an order saying that there will be no electronic devices allowed inside the courtroom. So there won't be.
And that's not too rare. It's usually like only the attorneys can have their cell phones. They don't want it to go off. They don't. Listen, I'm with you. We're biased. We're news reporters. We're stream it live.
Yeah. From Hamilton, right? You ever see Hamilton?
I did.
I want to be in the room where it happens. The room where it happens.
Sorry, I don't have cultural references. I don't watch television.
If you know, you know. I saw Hamilton, and that resonated with me because you want to be in the room where it happens, right?
Yeah.
So. No, there's going to be no phones inside the courtroom today. And additionally, no photographs are going to be allowed.
And, that really is striking. It was so striking during the case that happened with DA Alvin Bragg just a couple of months ago, less than 3 months ago. It was striking to see the president, the elevator doors open, for Mr. Trump to come out, a reporter to scream out a question, then it goes in. Then, I mean, those images are forever burned in my mind of Mr. Trump, like, sitting in a courtroom, and, like, you could try to analyze what's going through his head. Is he somber? Is he, but those are very striking images, and we are not going to see that today. But, CNN had video of him last night in Florida at the place that he was staying, and he seemed, upbeat. He seemed, like he's ready to fight this.
He was just through this in New York.
This is more serious, though. This is more serious.
This is more serious.
Yeah. This appears much totally different indictment.
But also 30 minutes from, well, not 30 minutes, but in South Florida, where he currently, resides. So we're talking about, look, Donald Trump is, I'm sure, I would imagine he is as comfortable or near as comfortable in New York as he is in Florida, and vice versa. But clearly here, yes, we have.
I feel like he'd be more comfortable. I don't know. Go ahead.
Florida is home base for him.
Because I feel like in New York, it's a tougher environment for him nowadays. Maybe before he was president. But go ahead. I apologize.
No, I want to get to Papa Joe's question. Hello, Papa Joe, and welcome into the live stream. #HJB.
That's an easy one.
What are the chances of a plea deal before the end of trial? Oh yeah, so. I'm just going to put up Masa's 0 to 0.
We don't usually make predictions or answer questions, but there's just, come on, no way.
0.
But I appreciate you for asking.
Yeah, 0 chance.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. That's not who he is. He's saying he's done nothing wrong. He wants to be president. He's not taking a plea.
This is the number one question I'm getting, though.
What?
Okay,
so typically a lot of legal observers that have read this indictment say it's airtight, it's based on text messages, he clearly held on to these documents without authorization. NARA was asking for these documents way back in May 2021. They asked nicely at first, then they asked more sternly, then they issued a subpoena. Then there's alleged evidence, text messages showing that Mr. Trump didn't want this information to be released. They have an audio recording one of his attorneys made talking about how Trump is like, can we fight this? We have to cooperate with this. They have, a video of Walt Nada moving these boxes around. And, so it appears very airtight. Typically in this case, I was not a federal prosecutor working on these things, but from everything that I've been gathering through my reporting and by talking with people, this is something where you would expect somebody to take a plea. But this is we're in uncharted waters, as you said, JB,
Yeah.
and it is not as simple as it might seem at this point. And Donald Trump has always had this ability to get out of really anything. So I do not think that there's going to be no one thinks, I haven't seen any analysis that they think that this is going to land with Trump, people saying he's going to end up doing long prison term here.
It's almost like a mini parade on Fifth Street.
Ooh, Alex is coming for you with this comment.
Alex, yeah, why don't you show us the poll results?
Alex is like, get on it, JB.
Well, I know. I promised at 2,000, and we have soared past 2,000. So, Alex, I'm going to put away your comment. I can't animate those poll results on screen, but I can read them out. Okay.
The first Massa poll results?
Yeah. Is this our very first Massa poll?
Mm-hmm.
Can we call
I
it
think
a
it's a
Massa poll?
JB poll perfected by Massa, but
Oh, okay, yeah. No, but you know what? That's the best part about polls is that we can ask these questions together and do it on stream together. All right, 2,358 votes as of this moment.
How many people are tuning in, out of curiosity?
Across multiple platforms. We're live on several different places. It's hard to
calculate. Okay.
It's like 8 to 10,000 somewhere in that range right now across our multiple platforms. Thank you for tuning in, folks.
We're tuning in for you because you're amazing, JB. Go
And,
ahead.
and Libby Dean is on standby. We're going to be getting to her next.
We are.
So the
Libby's
poll results.
going to take over. Mm-hmm.
Well, let me just give you an opportunity here to
guess.
We asked. The question was the Massa worded question.
Yeah.
Is Trump being prosecuted because he's Donald Trump? What would you guess our poll respondents would say?
Well, in the past,
Yes or
I
no?
know that your audience has been more conservative. I might get
on
many,
Facebook.
on Facebook. They've been more conservative.
That's correct.
I don't see. I
And then
feel like because of that 40. Okay, I'm going to say the majority say yes. It's because he's Donald Trump. Now surprise me. What's the answer?
Not right.
Did I get it right?
I get to surprise you.
What?
And
Surprise me.
it has been holding steady as we now just passed 2,500 votes. It is a 60-40 split. 60% answer no, that Trump is not being prosecuted
Okay.
because he's Donald Trump. 40% say yes.
I was wrong.
How about that?
Love it.
But
Love
you
your
know what, though?
non-scientific
It's an
polls.
unscientific
Yeah.
social media poll. It's just a sampling of how you, our live audience, is feeling out there. And it gives us some ability to get a better idea as to how our live audience feels about a particular question.
And I love. That's why I love being here. I love to hear what they think, JB.
Yeah, let's look at some of the other questions and comments. You have time for one or two more?
I have time for two more.
Enzo.
Or three more, yeah.
This is a really good question. #K Massa.
Motorcade arrival video is in
I appreciate
X-Files.
that.
Yep. No, thank you. You're allowed to talk.
You're allowed.
But thank you for bringing notes.
That was Rachel, one of
love her.
our great writers on WFLA.com, joining us. #K Massa, do you think the judge can be objective and apply the rule of law regardless of the conflict of interest?
So I'm assuming the conflict.
You brought this up earlier because you were talking about Judge Cannon potentially being somebody who is conservative leaning.
Okay, so the conflict of interest is actually like a legal term. I know what Enzo was referring to. Enzo's referring to the fact that she was appointed by Trump. So you could say, oh, he was appointed by Trump, she's going to rule in his favor. Do I think that she can be objective? Well, I love our country. I love our criminal justice system. I believe in it. And I think absolutely, I would want any judge to be objective and apply the rule of law. She did get a lot of heat last time for ruling in a way that people say was just bonkers, to take your word from earlier. And, taking JB's word, and, ruling in a way that even the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, very conservative, said you don't have the power to do that. So I do think that's possible. Absolutely. And I hope that will be what happens.
Sandy Rodriguez, #KJB. Have the jury been picked yet? If not, these people standing there may be picked.
I don't think that's how it works.
A little bit of humor, given the current situation. Yeah, no, that's not how our legal.
Wouldn't it be great for him if they're like, we need a jury, get in there?
It's not like Disney World where it's the first person to show up gets in. It's not how it works.
Yeah.
Jury selection is. Can you imagine though? While we're bringing this up with Sandy, can you imagine being selected to be a juror in a case like this?
Yeah, don't rub it in. I've always wanted to be a juror, and I will never be a juror because I'm a journalist and an attorney. Well,
can you imagine the weight on your shoulders and your fellow jurors?
Yeah.
and you're in the courtroom and you're hearing evidence against the 45th president of the United States, you could be you could come from any background. You could come from you could be poor, wealthy. You could be of any race, of any religion. You could just be another American, but you'd be sitting in to judge one of your peers, and your peer would be Donald Trump.
And it would be, a months long of your time that you're giving up, but certainly it would be very interesting. And I think through the entire process, they're going to make sure that they get someone when we get to that stage. If we get to that stage, make sure they get jurors that are ready to apply the facts.
Masa Saidi in the Stream Center here with us, folks. We're going to let Masa make her very graceful exit here
Are you
on
kicking
Slider
me
Cam.
out?
I am.
Okay, bye. I'll go get ready for television.
You told me that you wanted to. You needed to
yeah,
get to
but it's
work
so
by.
fun. But you're so much fun. I cannot stay away. Okay, I'll be back later if I finish
Come
my
back
work.
in later.
Okay.
But
have fun with Libby.
I am. Let's bring in Libby.
Bring
Dean.
in Libby. Knock it out, Libby. Have fun. Bye.
Okay, Libby Dean, our great Capitol Bureau reporter. She covers news, folks, in Tallahassee. That is the capital of Florida. Let's bring in our own Libby Dean. Libby, thanks for being so patient with us on the Zoom call as we did that extended Q&A with Masa. Has Tallahassee just frozen in time? Has everything just stopped? Are all the phones completely locked right now because everyone's just talking about what's going on right now in South Florida?
Yeah, North Florida right now, not much action, but down in South Florida, obviously, tons going on. But we do have both candidates for the presidential nomination in the Republican primary here in Florida, both Florida men, former President Donald Trump, as we've been speaking about for the last, I guess it's been an hour now, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis up here in North Florida. So kind of dueling on North and South Florida today.
Yeah, it's certainly, I've been saying this more of late, Libby, as I bring in. No, I gotta adjust to bring in Libby now, not Masa. I've been saying this repeatedly, almost on every live stream that we have done when it comes to Florida politics. Florida is the center of the political universe right now. You have Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. You have Governor Ron DeSantis, who's the leading challenger. Not to mention, Florida always is considered to be a key state when it comes to an election year like 2024. So how does today's events with Donald Trump now officially surrendering, turning himself in, he's going to be arraigned on federal charges, 37 felony counts in less than an hour from now. How does that fit in to what is going to be a jam-packed, loaded calendar over the next 16, 17, 18 months in this country?
JB, I think the most important thing to point out with your question here is that Donald Trump, despite this 37 count indictment, all this, circus kind of outside of the courtroom, he still intends to run for president. He's not backing out of that. But the implications here, the political implications, are definitely present. And this is so unprecedented. As we've said so many times, both of these campaigns entering uncharted waters. I spoke to a lot of political experts about this, and they just kind of keep saying to me, this injects a lot of uncertainty, and, nothing has really been determined yet when it comes to these campaigns because we're just so far out. But obviously, this is going to overshadow any kind of presidential campaign because we've never seen something like this before. So unprecedented is the word of the day.
You can now use, as Dina has been noting here in our comment section, you can use hashtag HeyJB or now hashtag HeyLibby to have your comments, questions featured here on stream, as we're joined here by Libby Dean, our political reporter covering all things Florida politics out of Tallahassee. You've been very closely covering the campaign of Governor Ron DeSantis as he tries to take the work that he has done in Florida, put it on a more national stage, and try to, basically say that he can replicate that for our country because of course, look, people have been pointing to Florida for good reasons, sometimes for bad reasons, but basically Ron DeSantis is trying to say, hey, what we have done in Florida can be done for all 50 states across this country if you elect Ron DeSantis president of the United States. If you're Ron DeSantis today and you're his campaign team, you're watching this today and you're thinking, what exactly, Libby?
You know, interesting you asked that, JB. I actually spoke with basically the closest you can get to the campaign, because we obviously have not seen any comments from DeSantis since this past weekend when he was in North Carolina campaigning. But the closest we could get is I spoke with Ken Cuccinelli, who runs the DeSantis. He founded that DeSantis super PAC, Never Back Down, which is the main thing funding this campaign. But you know what they've told me, and I feel like this is something that a lot of people who support DeSantis, and something that DeSantis's campaign has really said, is that this is Trump without the baggage, that is essentially what DeSantis is. And when I spoke with Ken Cuccinelli today, he emphasized that, telling me that him being without the baggage here, and then also this indictment piling on for Trump, is necessarily going to lead to only positive things for DeSantis. But I think also the other side of that is last indictment, or the last state charges that we saw against Trump in New York, we actually saw a bump in the polls for Trump. So whether that, plays out the same remains to be seen. But the DeSantis camp here has really, also walked a thin line, because they don't want to step on the toes of any Trump's voters, because that's such an important voter base for DeSantis as he enters into this presidential primary. And if he says the wrong thing, he obviously could. So DeSantis, as well as several other candidates, in this race, have stuck to that narrative of this is, politicization of federal law enforcement. This is all about politics, not about actual charges against the former president. So there's a lot to unpack here with how this will affect the DeSantis campaign. But Ken Cuccinelli telling me today that, this is just adding to the baggage of that we already see from Trump, just another, thing piling on top.
I'd be very curious to hear from folks who are very much in the corner of Donald Trump, because I'm not sure if they would look at today and the 37 felony counts as baggage. One of my principal jobs here, my main jobs here at WFLA, folks, is to be a voice for those in our comment section, and to monitor what you're saying out there, so that I can be a means to represent our audience here in Tampa Bay, in Florida, and really elsewhere around the world. And I know from reading thousands or tens of thousands of comments over the weeks, over the months, and really even beyond that Donald Trump's supporters are going to, likely many of them are going to view this as a reason as to why he should be elected for another 4-year term in office, not baggage that would, in essence, morally disqualify him from running for office again. I want to get to as many of your, speaking of the comments, I want to get to as many comments as possible, but I can't help but notice on the touchscreen here, and of course now as soon as I touch it, it goes to black. There was, again, there's this almost mini parade going on 5th Street in Miami, because there's all of these, and we'll have to come back to it later when the signal gets restored. But there's all of these cars, these Trump emblem cars that are making its way down 5th Street, and in essence holding a small parade in Miami right now, and that goes to show just how many people are there supporting the former president. Clearly here, another large group of people. Now, there's no way from this vantage point to say that this is Donald Trump supporters exclusively, or even to say that it's mostly Donald Trump supporters. I'm not going to be able to tell you, how many people here support the president or are against the president, but you do see a lot of Trump flags in the crowd here as well. Let's remind our audience that what we're going to do is interactively take your questions and comments using hashtag HeyLibby, hashtag HeyJB. We did close the poll, by the way, Masa's poll, Libby. I don't know if you overheard that. Yeah, it maintained a 40-60 split. 40% of people believe, or live audience, I should say, rather, believe that Donald Trump is being charged because he's Donald Trump. 60% say that is no. Let's go to. I'm trying to read some comments here. Do you, Mimi, hashtag Hey Libby, do you think that Trump will get out of this? And if so, how do you think he would do it? You know, I think that Libby can't answer this question, Mimi, as she's not, you know, an attorney. But at the same time, you would hope that our legal system, Libby, I'll answer it in this way. You would hope that our legal system would apply to Donald Trump in a similar fashion that it would apply to you, me, or anybody else, that there would be, Donald Trump is going to enter a plea of not guilty. There is going to be then the prosecution that prepares their case, the defense that prepares their case, a judge that is supposed to be impartial and unbiased and just look at things objectively and just, in essence, call balls and strikes over the course of the trial. That evidence is going to be heard, and that a jury is going to try to come to a unanimous conclusion. You would hope that the truth comes out. And this is me speaking, just being a cheerleader for law and order in this country, for our criminal justice system. That if Donald Trump is not guilty of the charges that have been filed against him, that would be the verdict that would get read at the conclusion of this trial. And if the evidence is overwhelming, and if he is guilty, that the jury would come to. You would hope that it works for a former president all the way down to the common Joe or Jane.
Yeah, JB, I was just going to throw in to Mimi's question asking, you know, will he get out of this? I think if I were to answer that question as someone who has been following the campaign side of things, I think instead of saying, will he get out of this, will he, you know, make it out of this, you know, and still save face? Will he still have the base of voters that he had? Because obviously I'm no legal expert, but I think that's one way to look at this. You know, we've seen Trump and, you know, Republicans say that this is all politics, but we've seen him make it through several of, you know, similar events like this. You know, we just saw up in New York the charges that he faced and the bump in the polls that I previously mentioned. So making it out of this and getting out of this, I would say, are different things. But I think you answered that question well.
Yeah, I just again, just hoping that our system in this country is fair. Again, whether he's guilty or not guilty of the counts, the 37 felony counts, I would just hope that this is proof that our system works. In either way, again, with a guilty verdict being rendered or a not guilty verdict being rendered, you would just hope that this is a litmus test for this working and hopefully being, you know, just fair to all parties involved. Danielle says, hashtag KJB, I'm just tuning in. What's going on? So we can report now that Donald Trump, according to multiple reports, has officially been booked, that the booking process is done. He is now, of course, preparing for the arraignment. As far as him, you know, filing into he could be seated in the courtroom early. He could be in there right now. But we wouldn't know because Judge Cannon has barred any electronic devices from being allowed inside. So we're getting some word trickling out. But as far as, you know, Libby, everyone nowadays expects like live, Twitter coverage, you know, step by, like play by play, if you will, on Twitter of this is what's happening here and this. But with electronics being, in essence, you know, removed from the equation, we're at the mercy of just, you know, a handful of various reports of people going in and out of the courthouse potentially. I mean, that's really what we're talking about here.
Yeah, and I know those reporters are scrambling. I've been in that situation before, covering, you know, a case in a federal courthouse. And it's so weird to be disconnected from your phone, you know, and leaving everything out there. And usually you would, you know, track this via Twitter, as you said, but that's the difference here, is that that's not going to be an option. So it's all going to come out as, I guess, Trump comes out of the courthouse.
As we look here, we see some, we in the Stream Center, folks, we have access to dozens of feeds from South Florida right now. And what you can't see that I will describe, you can clearly see Trump signs, you can clearly see Trump flags, but I'll describe something that you can't see. It is hot out there, and I have the Max Defender 8 weather team here to my right. I see a few of our meteorologists sitting about 20 feet to my right. Guys, how hot is it in Miami? 87 right now, and what does it feel like out? I mean, is it humid too? Yeah, very humid and high 80s, according to meteorologist Rebecca Barry, who's sitting here. What's that? Feels like 101 is the feels like temperature? Wow. Yeah. Eric, say that again. Okay, so there's a breeze. That's probably very welcome as far as a feels like temperature being in the triple digits. As we look here at another shot, I think we have another aerial shot here too. So it is hot out there, but at least a bit of a breeze for some relief for folks.
Yeah, you can see those flags waving. That's definitely adding to the breeze. You can see that's where the breeze is. I'm sure it's not enough for those people though.
No doubt.
Looks hot.
And really, this is clearly, I think it's fair to say that based on what we have seen on the ground and from the air, this is clearly a pro-Trump crowd that has gathered outside of the courthouse. We have seen demonstrators who are there demonstrating against the president and for the 37 felony counts and him being prosecuted. However, that is clearly secondary to the amount of Trump flags, Trump signs, Trump T-shirts, Trump merchandise that is being seen on our cameras, both on the ground and in the air. Libby, have you ever covered something like this where you are, surrounded by Trump flags, Trump signs? What is that like?
I have.
Yeah, what's that experience like?
I covered President Biden's inauguration. And I was out on like Black Lives Matter Plaza, and it was that kind of mixed crowd actually of like Trump supporters and then Biden supporters. And I've seen that before, and it's definitely as a reporter, it's hard to like focus on everything because there's so much going on that you want to catch everything. But in the moment, these reporters are actually in the courthouse, so they won't even have the chance to really catch outside during these this arraignment.
Kalezi here, #HeyLibby. If he is the Republican nominee for 2024 and he is found guilty shortly before the 2024 elections, will he still be able to run? And really, Libby, the answer to this is yes. The criminal charges do not preclude him or prevent him, rather, from running for president and being, an electable candidate. It's whether or not the American public, if a former president were to be convicted on felony charges pertaining to hoarding classified documents to his private residence in Florida, I mean, my goodness, you would have to think about and consider the effect that it would have on his electability. But as to whether or not, from a semantic standpoint purely, if he can run, he can absolutely run and be elected. Here's a shot and some audio coming in.
They take women's rights away. Look at Iran. That's how they're doing it too in Iran. The religious fanatics always want to suppress the women because once you control 51% of the population, it's very easy to start controlling everyone else.
Retard.
Surprised to see the amount of people out here.
All right, that's enough of that. It's really disappointing when we have tried to cover events like this, and we want to bring you some sound on the ground. We do. We want to be able to listen in to what people are saying on both sides. We're so cognizant of that. I can speak for myself professionally. I really want to hear from both sides on every story that I cover. However, these can be challenging because one person can ruin it. One person can ruin it for the rest of us. So apologies for that audio coming through, but that's just the reality of what's going on the ground right now. We have heard from reporters on the ground. There's a lot of name calling going on. Now, while things are safe right now, still verbally, there's just a lot of language that is just, highly inappropriate. I'm gonna try one more time here, Libby. Let's just try to listen in. But if it gets inappropriate, we're going to come right back.
It's mine. And this is a crime to make fun of mentally disturbed people like Biden. He needs to be in a mental home being cared for.
Man, tell me why you came out here today.
I came out here to support my president, Donald J. Trump, the commander-in-chief, the real commander-in-chief, who never conceded and who is still your president. Actually, not the president, because the corporation is no longer. I don't know if you know, but there's a corporation that's called the United States, which is what this facade de facto government is running on. We are the de jure government. We the people, for the people, by the people, and President Donald J. Trump, Commander-in-Chief, is our president.
Has this indictment changed your support at all?
Not at all. It just goes to show you that when somebody doesn't have nothing on you, they start creating issues. It's just like hate. It's a war against President Donald Trump, and it's not really a war against him. It's against me and all the rest of us Americans. It's to attack us, to stop us from having the freedom of our Declaration of Independence, which states for liberty, life, and the pursuit of happiness.
Can I have your name? I'm sorry.
It's Cindy Falco DiCorrado.
Can you spell your last name for me, Cindy?
F like in Frank, ALCO hyphenated DiCorado, capital DI.
So as we hear there a little bit of that interview, and just like we were talking about earlier, I was talking about this with Masa, the supporters of the 45th president, they don't see today's events as far as him being charged with 37 felony counts. They don't see that as something that is an obstacle for him running. They view it as proof that he needs to be reinstalled as president of the United States. Clearly, you're hearing that from these interviews. We're seeing that very same theme come through in our comment section. This is, Libby, this is as, when it comes to the current political climate in our country, this is really the biggest divider. It comes down to whether or not Donald Trump is fit to be or should be president again of the United States. And usually it can be very difficult to find people that are undecided. People are usually adamantly for Donald Trump or adamantly against Donald Trump. And that's just the current political climate, the current situation in our country.
Yeah, that woman was definitely a perfect example of that. Trump's voters who are loyal to him, no matter what kind of charges are brought or what kind of obstacles he faces. And Trump himself obviously would agree with her that these kinds of things are not going to hinder him. He's only going to use them to fundraise and get more attention via the media. There's a lot of ways to, I guess, look at this, and especially from that voter's point of view, as she mentioned that she's not going to stray away, and I think that's really interesting because I think that's also something that Trump has said going into this indictment.
Yeah, I said reinstalled. I meant to say reelected in that moment, folks. Apologies for the choice of words there.
You getting a bunch of comments?
Yeah, people are like, wait, did he just say that? Yeah, and look, sometimes, folks, the word in my head and the word that comes out can be a little bit mixed up. So apologies for that. But
it's free. You need another cup of coffee.
Yeah. Clearly, I'm not. I'm still coming to. Be able to stream with you here today. But again, going here live from the aerial view outside of the courthouse, you can clearly see that there's still a large crowd gathered. The time is now 2:41 Eastern, and that means that the arraignment is expected to begin in probably 20 minutes from now. You have to wonder what exactly is going on now as far as the process. And so we do know that Donald Trump has been booked and is now getting closer to his arraignment. And also, too, just Twitter is an absolute circus right now because of the amount of people that are talking about this and seeking to use this as a platform to have their voice heard. Because, look, this is the story of the day. It's the story of the week. It's one of the most unprecedented days in American history, in the history of our political system in this country. we have a former president that is being arraigned on 37 felony counts related to hoarding classified documents, the allegations of hoarding classified documents to Mar-a-Lago, and very sensitive classified documents that should not have been removed from, of course, the White House. And so there's a lot of intrigue here, but we'll of course see exactly how the dust settles after that, Libby, as far as how this impacts the race in 2024. People want to know who it's. Are we really going to do Joe Biden and Donald Trump again? I mean, is that really? Is it round two, if you will? I mean, is a repeat inevitable?
I think it's so far out. It's hard to say. We're like so early on here, but I mean, it's kind of shaping up to be that way if you were just to like gauge your opinion via the polls that have Trump as with a big lead over the wide-ranging GOP presidential primary field. But yeah, Biden on the Democrat side, I think, not that it's inevitable, I think it's too early on, but I mean, the important thing that I've pointed out several times, I feel like during this live stream, is like Trump, no matter what happens today, he is not backing out of his his third bid for the White House. Like, he's made that very clear. He's called this a witch hunt, and his voters, a lot of his voter base, as we heard from a woman a couple of minutes ago, back that. They say this is the politicization of our federal law enforcement, and stand with the former president and his comments on that. And a lot of the political analysts and experts that I've spoken to over the past few days just say that this injects a lot of uncertainty. But then you have that voter who said, or the woman who was like, this doesn't inject any uncertainty. So I think it's definitely who you're speaking to, and that's why it's so important to have your kind of platform, JB, is because we can hear from those people, especially in the Tampa Bay area.
So we asked, and right on cue, Libby, thank you for setting that up. We asked another poll question. And again, we're running our polls on YouTube Live today, unscientific social media polls. We're asking, do you think it's going to be, just like we were talking about, do you think it is going to be Biden versus Trump again in 2024? And so we've got 400 votes in. We'll let people continue to vote. But if the answer is no, I want to know why. Do you think it's going to be someone other than Trump, or do you think that it's going to be somebody other than Biden? By all indications on the Democratic side, Joe Biden is going to be running again in 2024. There has been endless gossip that Joe Biden would step aside for another candidate. That gossip has existed for years, but by all indications, right now, everything is pointing to Joe Biden running for president again, another 4-year term in 2024. But on the GOP side, there's a guy by the name of Ron DeSantis and some others too, Chris Christie, Mike Pence, Tim Scott, some other names that have been floated about as potential candidates. It'll be interesting to see who aligns on tickets now going forward. But right now, it appears to be a race in these tiers. According to poll numbers, a lot of polls that have been done over the last few weeks, it's Trump in this sort of tier 1, Libby. It's DeSantis in kind of this tier 2, and then it's down to tier 3. It's this collection of other names that I just mentioned, a few of them. So it's just a matter of, like you said, there's a lot of time between now and next year when, of course, we have our two candidates for each party. But I want to hear from our audience as to whether or not, if your answer to the poll question is no, why is it no? Do you think it's because it won't be Biden? Do you think it's because it won't be Trump? Explain. And if you use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyLibby, we can animate your comments on screen. So I just want to spend the next 5 or so minutes just answering that question from folks, Libby.
I'm sure you've already got some to pull up, but I was just going to add to that, JB, that we're saying the long term down the road, obviously there's a lot of uncertainty, but in the short term, what we're going to be able to see is what happens with the polls when like not these immediate ones. I think honestly a week out, what happens there. because if it's similar to last time, it's going to be another bump for Trump. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Getting in some, I think people are still typing. ETA says because it's obvious. So I think that this person, I might be reading too much, but I think voted yes in the poll because it's look, by the way that things are stacking up on either side, Biden appears to be the likely candidate on the blue side. Trump appears to be gaining momentum to be the candidate on the red side. It appears to be a 2024 rematch, but Low Star says, hashtag Hey Libby, it won't be Trump. So if it's not Trump, then DeSantis is the name that gets tossed about the most, Libby.
I'm curious, is that like if we could do like some kind of poll where it has that also on there?
Yeah.
Mentioning that, because obviously us being in Florida and covering everything that's happening in Florida, obviously this is, nationwide here with Trump's indictment, but with the two, front runners for the GOP presidential primary being from Florida and living here, I think it's interesting to see what Florida voters have to say in regards to who will get the Republican nomination for the 2024 presidential run.
Alan says Biden will step aside before the election. Again, talking to how there's been all of this gossip. Happy says Trump won't be the candidate. Penny is of the belief that the Democratic Party doesn't want Biden. Let's see here. Zachary says no, because the Republican Party is going to try to distance themselves from him, being, of course, Trump. Let's see. Yeah, getting a lot of comments are like scrolling in now, so I'll try my very best to. I want everyone's voice to be heard. I want to get to as many voices as possible. Hashtag Hey Libby, for all of our futures. Hopefully, it's neither. This country deserves better. Brandon says, hashtag Hey Libby, are these really the two best presidential candidates that we have? There are some people that clearly have a sense of disbelief that we would be potentially on the fast track to another, Biden versus Trump, election year, which again, it's not one day. It's many, many, many months of campaign ads and social media posts and press conferences and endless rhetoric being thrown about who is the best person to be, president of the United States. And there are some people out there who are it's a small amount of people, but they are screaming neither. I would like for there to be and that's why there has been some talk, Libby, of a third party coming into the equation. That has been tossed about, and that, of course, is trying to be, contained by the two political superpowers, that is the Democratic Party and the GOP. But here we are. People are asking, are we really getting ready for deja vu all over again from 4 years ago? And that's why we asked this poll question. It's getting a ton of comments from people that are joining in.
Maybe I just wanted to say, to Brandon's question, we're so far out, as we've said many times here, but we're so far out, and asking, are these the two best candidates? Well, there is a wide-ranging field. I know that polls are showing that we have Biden-Trump matchup, but there is a wide-ranging field. And I think to draw this back to the arraignment today, I think that one aspect of this whole entire situation is GOP candidates, differentiating themselves from Trump. But we've seen a lot of them sidestep it and more, lead their attacks to the Department of Justice rather than to the actual candidate they're running against. The front runner in the GOP, they're not going against him. They're going against the Department of Justice, saying that they're going to, make a lot of changes if they were to be elected, but still, towing that line of Trump's voters and not saying the wrong thing. We saw on the campaign trail a few, really differentiate themselves and even say that Trump should completely back out. I think that was Asa Hutchinson, one of the candidates running against Trump in the Republican primary for president. So, wide-ranging field, wide-ranging responses to the indictment. But I know we're getting a lot more questions. So,
yeah, and well, I'm just throwing up some comments from some folks, people who, I mean, a lot of people talking about the age of the two likely candidates, the being Biden and Trump. Hashtag Hey Libby, if it's Biden Trump, I must go with Trump. Third party. David here saying I'd vote for almost anyone under the age of 60. These are. I hope that we prove, if you're a newcomer here to this channel, I hope that we prove to you that we are going to spotlight your comments and make sure that your mindset and your opinion matters to us. And we clearly try to throw a lot of different perspectives from the chat on screen to be reflective of how people feel out there. And yeah, we're gonna do our very best to avoid the trolls that find their way into our comment section. There isn't a comment section on the internet that is impervious to trolls. However, I saw 3 people talking about age, and then David chiming in, I'd vote for almost anyone under the age of 60. People who are pointing to, now that's, you could make the argument that that is an ageist comment, but at the same time, there are people who have concerns about electing who would be the oldest president in the history of the United States of America. And that's the territory that we find ourselves in. Let's go back to the poll question here. I'd really like to I have not seen the results in the last 10 minutes as we get closer to 3 o'clock Eastern time. And Libby, I know you have to hop off here in just a minute.
Yeah, it should be good for a little bit, JB. I had that Zoom with the political expert, but I've talked to so many today. I think that I might push it to later because obviously as we're nearing everything actually going down, and I really liked hearing from, people on your platform as well as that woman outside of the courthouse. And I think it'd be interesting to find a different point of view outside of the courthouse. I know it'd probably be tough to find in that crowd, but I would be interested in hearing from that, as we've heard both sides during the stream from your people who are commenting.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to just throw a few more up here. Stacked says, hashtag KJB, I can see Trump polls dropping during this and Larry Hogan becoming a dark horse in this race. That's a name I've seen a few times in our comment section. Outbound says, Gavin Newsom being the Democratic candidate against Trump. Again, that's in a scenario where Biden isn't the candidate for the Democratic side. So that, Gavin Newsom's name gets brought up all the time. I think that some people are just there are some people who have the opinion of just anything other than a repeat, anything other than doing it all over again.
I actually have an interesting thing to throw in with that, JB. When I spoke to DeSantis's super PAC, the founder of Never Back Down, he was saying he actually called it Trump fatigue. And I think it's interesting to hear from your people who are commenting and hearing that. Obviously, there's people who don't feel that way and who thoroughly support it. And there is no fatigue. There's only energy behind it, as we saw from the woman who spoke earlier. But other candidates are pointing to that and saying, they're the candidate without this baggage of a lost ticket in 2020.
I think, again, my role here, folks, is to try to be a fair judge of our comment section and to try to spotlight and give the collection of people that join us on our live streams a voice. And I think that I think you can make the argument, Libby, that there are people in our comment section that very much do have Trump fatigue. And then I think that there are people in our comment section who very much have Biden fatigue. And why would somebody have Biden fatigue over, with the current president of the United States? I see complaints all the time in our comment sections on various stories about inflation and the current state of our economy and how everything now is more expensive and people are expected to have to pay more but earn the same amount or less money than they did, several years ago. So there's a lot of frustration as to what has transpired with just the bottom line in American households over the last few years. But at the same time, we also have somebody on the other side of the aisle who's now facing 37 felony counts in Florida, has, of course, the legal trouble in New York. January 6th is still fresh in the minds of many. So there on both sides, there are a lot of reasons for the word fatigue to get thrown around. And again, that is just me trying to be a mirror and trying to be a reflection of our comment section. Florida is a very diverse state. You know that better than most, Libby, talking to voters. Florida is a very diverse state, so we get an opportunity to speak to people quite a bit from a lot of different backgrounds and on both sides of the political aisle. And these are the things that we hear constantly in the stories that we cover, whether they're political in nature or non-political in nature. People who have a very, very strong opinion of the future of each respective party in this country, and frustrations have been boiling over now for sometimes on both sides. And I think that there's a good amount of people, and I'm seeing it in our comment section, people who are wondering what the future of our country looks like beyond the candidates that ran just a few years ago. But that's where we find ourselves right now in the state of Florida.
I think you make a really interesting point about the fatigue aspect, but then I just always think back to this, and especially being a political reporter, I always think about this. Voters, as much as they do follow, there are a lot of people who follow this kind of stuff, these indictments and who's going to be running in 2024. It's a huge field, but they follow these kind of things. But then as you mentioned, those kitchen table issues like the economy, like any kind of prices, inflation, that kind of stuff is really what they're worried about. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, as that's the core thing that they're always thinking about. But these little things trickle over into any election cycle. So I think that, you make an interesting point there, that as important as this is, and as I mentioned, the fatigue aspect of the things, I think it's important to draw it back to, Floridians and people across the nation, really worried about not only a ticket, but a ticket that represents them as an American.
As we see here, a look at the crowd that has gathered outside the federal courthouse, we can now say the time is officially 3 o'clock Eastern time. Donald J. Trump has been booked on 37 felony counts in a federal courthouse here in South Florida, and the arraignment is imminent as far as its start. We are going to have some difficulty due to the ban on electronics inside the courthouse. We're going to have a little bit of a difficult time doing play-by-play here with you and describing to you what's happening, but we're going to do our very best based on reports that are coming out of the courthouse to relay that information to you here on this live stream. As a reminder, I'd like to point this out. There is no live streaming permitted inside the courtroom. There is no photography permitted inside the courtroom. There is no electronic devices such as cellular phones, laptops, and tablets permitted inside of the courtroom. This is the day that I wanted to say this earlier with Masa. This is the day, Libby, that court sketch artists dream of. This is why they exist. When you look at the days on the calendar when a court sketch artist earns their money, it's like days like today. And we've seen court sketches, so many of them over the years. And that is when there is no electronic devices or photography permitted inside of a particular courtroom. That is where we have the courtroom sketches that are going to come out. And that's what's going to be really the visual document of record, is the various court sketch artists that have been hired by networks and by print media to illustrate. It's such a talent, what they do, to be able to illustrate visually what's going on.
I was going to say, JB, that I have absolutely no talent when it comes to that kind of thing. So I would be relying heavily on, those court sketch artists, because I seriously, the best thing I could draw was probably like a stick figure.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm the worst Pictionary teammate on the planet, folks. So
it'd be some like blonde hair, in like a big suit, like that's all we would get. So maybe a gavel.
Yep. I mean, look, if it was Donald Trump, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I would just look. Those individuals are very talented. I have such a great appreciation for court sketch artists, and they are earning their paychecks today. They're earning their commission today because that is going to be really what people gravitate towards on social media for an idea as to what it's going to look like. But you know what? We had pictures from New York. It's going to be Donald Trump in a suit, sitting in a courtroom with his counsel, and standing in front or sitting in front of a judge and entering a plea of not guilty. I think most Americans and even non-Americans, people who are watching quite literally around the world, I think most of them can visualize what Donald Trump in a courthouse looks like. Although, again, the court sketch artists are going to be able to quite literally take that visual and put it on display for us. Let me take an opportunity for the first time on this live stream to ask everybody where they are watching from. I'm very curious to know, is this an audience that we have right now that is watching from Tampa Bay? Are they watching from Florida? Are they watching from Miami? Are they watching from a different state? Are they watching from a different country? We're here live online, live streaming to the world, not just here locally to the Tampa Bay area as we do on WFLA. So punch into the comment section where you are watching from. And if you use hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyLibby, I can spotlight some comments on screen. Libby, I'm
watching from Tallahassee.
You're watching from Tallahassee, and I'm here in Tampa, Florida. So we're both here in Florida, but this is clearly an international story. This is people are find us on YouTube all the time because they want to be able to follow what's going on in the United States, and it's YouTube is an easy way for them to do it.
Mm-hmm. It's like core of what we cover. You know, I cover the politics, you cover the Tampa Bay area, and put those together. That's kind of what we got right now. But this is in Miami, obviously. But, you know, in our backyard, Florida politics, as you mentioned at the top of this stream, center stage, the past, I don't even know how many months. I'm like, I can't even keep count anymore.
Yeah. Chef Noel here he's hanging out with us in Canada. We've got Justin is watching on Facebook from Texas. My goodness, they're coming in really fast. I'm going to try Penny, hashtag HJB, Sacramento, California. That's interesting. West Coast. Cole is watching from Maine. Beautiful, messy something is watching from Jersey Shore. Tiffany is joining us from North Carolina. Polly Esther, I see what you did there. Joining us from upstate New York. Look at this. Seisman is joining us from Scotland. J64 with a bit of a laugh, watching on YouTube. That's funny. See, there's humor to
Clever
be had.
guy.
There is humor to be had on a day like today. Jane is watching from across the pond over there in UK. A few more, just because I want to spotlight some of the international audience. Hashtag HeyLibby from Critique. I think that's supposed to be Critique. Watching from the Netherlands. And Nosh is joining us from Manchester, England.
Wow, you got a lot over there.
Yeah, and Anna Lee from Virginia, and Evan from Fargo, North Dakota. I mean, everywhere. I mean,
yeah,
it's just
coast to coast,
all over the coast to coast, and around the world. People are watching this. And so let's go back to some of the live pictures and show you what's going on out there. Libby Dean up in Tallahassee. JB Buno here at the Stream Center in Tampa, Florida. As you can see, people are just maybe, you know what, all the time, Libby, this does happen. People will look down at their phones and they find our live stream.
Maybe they'll give us a wave.
Yeah, you can wave at this camera
if they're not too busy like sweating, you know, so bad they can't even see their phone. Or can you even see your phone with that kind of sunlight? I don't even know. Like, I can't usually.
I would love to park right under that palm tree on a day. Again, high 80s, a bit of a breeze, which is, good news. But at the same time, it is hot and it is humid in South Florida today.
These people are committed, though. They might need to like jump in a pool after, but they're committed.
We're about 100 votes away from that poll, by the way, that I wanted to kind of circle back to. The poll was, do you think it's going to be Biden versus Trump again? And when that gets to 3,000 votes, I'll read out the poll results here live. Again, an unscientific social media poll, but interesting to kind of check the temperature, if you will, on our live YouTube audience. All right, so breaking news just into the newsroom here. Coming now out of the courthouse, Donald Trump has pled not guilty, as expected, not guilty to all 37 felony counts. Libby, this is exactly what we expected, of course.
Yeah. As I've said, this is what we expected, just like the fact that his run for president will also be a similar, no change there kind of deal. But as we said at the beginning, unprecedented, no matter what the turnout was today, how things unfolded, it is unprecedented. There's no doubt about it.
And people might be asking, okay, so how do we know that? And the reason that we do know this is because there is some back and forth going on as far as the courtroom itself. While we don't have electronic devices, there are other means that we can use as reporters to get information out to our producers outside. And so that word has trickled out. Donald J. Trump has pled not guilty to all 37 federal felony counts that have been filed against him in Florida. He is accused of, again, hoarding confidential, private, secret documents at Mar-a-Lago after, of course, his 4-year term in the White House. Libby Dean, JB Buno here with you live on stream. This news, I'm sure, is making it out to folks that are gathered outside of the courthouse, people who are checking their phones, looking for updates. And but everything, as far as how today was going to unfold, everything has gone according to the script, if you will, like how this was expected to go. But you know what, Libby, I will bring this up because I've seen some of the talk from some political reporters on Twitter, and I want to highlight this one thing that I think is very, very interesting to me. And I'd be very curious to know. I want to ask our audience if our audience believes that this is deliberate or it's just how the day unfolded. The time is now 3:09. We're 9 minutes into the scheduled arraignment. We have not seen Donald Trump yet. We haven't seen him. And so was that intended? We didn't see him as far as the helicopter when he got to the courthouse. The helicopter didn't have a shot of him going into the courtroom. We didn't have him leaving in a fashion from his hotel where he was visibly seen. At no point today have we had, at least on our live stream, and I want to make this clear, I might have missed some visuals elsewhere, a photographer here or there that captured a glimpse of him somewhere, but we haven't seen him visually at all today as far as this live stream goes. And that's interesting to me that it's we've been on stream now for a couple of hours, and we're 10 minutes into the arraignment. His arrival to the courthouse, we didn't see him, and now it'll be curious too, are we going to see him as he departs sometime in the next half hour or so?
Yeah, it's definitely different than the state level indictment that he faced a while back. In New York, we saw obviously the pictures and the video of him leaving the courthouse, but this one obviously closed off for not only outside, it's not closed off from the outside, but Masa had mentioned what she learned about, how he goes in, and it being kind of not the chance for any reporters or anyone to grab pictures. As you said, I might have missed some. I'm sure there's something out there. But as we're going to see, we're going to be depending on those sketch artists in there and those reporters who are going to be coming out, I assume, soon.
I have all of these screens in the stream center for this exact purpose, everybody. Okay, it's to monitor what's going on out there. But I could have 100.
There is it like 7? 6? I can't even see.
It's a lot. Look, the point is that I could have 100 screens in here. No one can be everywhere on the internet at once. So there might be a various network or an independent photographer that might have captured an image. If anybody has seen an image of Donald Trump today, please tweet at me or use hashtag HeyJB on Twitter. I'll monitor for that activity if I see Donald Trump, a picture of Donald Trump that I missed at some point today. But you could put every screen or every screen in this entire building on every bit of wall space that we have. Nobody can be everywhere on the internet at once. But this is also a great example of why our YouTube moderators are awesome and why they are super, super helpful, because they can help me be alerted to things that sometimes I will miss. But I have not seen Donald Trump over the course of today as far as any visuals on the live stream, any video that was captured, like cell phone video, or if there has been a still image captured of him. So reading here, according to NBC News, during the arraignment, Todd Blanche, lawyer for Trump, entered the not guilty plea on behalf of the former president. So it wasn't Donald Trump who himself said not guilty. It was a plea that was entered on his behalf by his attorney. Again, the attorney's name, Todd Blanche. As of 3:07 p.m., so that's a couple minutes ago, according to NBC News, yes, the actual arraignment itself is ongoing right now. But if we have the not guilty plea being entered, Libby, this might be something that doesn't last. I mean, I had heard estimates ranging from 25 to 45 minutes as far as how long the arraignment might go. But I always thought that 45 minutes sounded pretty long for something that really the writing is on the wall, so to speak, on how it's going to go down. So they started on time. They started right around 3 o'clock Eastern. I can't see this going on for that much longer. There's not, I would imagine that there isn't, unless that there's, certain disagreements that come up or scheduling difficulties as far as the next court dates, or I think people are keeping a very close eye on the courthouse because they too likely anticipate this being a relatively short court proceeding and are probably trying to capture any glimpse whatsoever of the president or the, of course, the motorcade itself.
I'm sure that, yeah, a lot of federal court cases that I've covered in the past seem to feel drawn out. Almost, I think it's mostly because I don't have my phone and we can't, get everything out immediately. So it feels like it's forever. But I agree. That's what I've heard as well. A similar timeline. I think it'd be interesting to see if we catch him on the way out, but I'm not sure of any certainty when it comes to that.
So you see here a lot of signs, a lot of flags, and allow me to just remind our audience that there was a tremendous amount of concern heading into today because of the fear that this was going to be just a powder keg of potentially dangerous elements all coming together, a lot of different scenarios where things could take a turn. And so far, so good. From what we have seen, we did have the one incident earlier with a demonstrator appeared to run into the street, and he had to be kind of escorted away by law enforcement personnel. But other than a person just getting a little bit too close to the motorcade with a sign, a little bit, perhaps a bit too enthusiastic, all things have been safe and sound thus far, Libby, which is of course exactly where we want to be with something as divisive as today, where things could take a turn at any particular moment.
Yeah, I know that they had a lot of precautions surrounding today, just like they did when Trump was for his case in New York. So it's really good to see that nothing so far, really any serious incidents out of there, because I think that would only add to the unprecedentedness. Is that a word? Unprecedentedness of today.
All right, hold on. We got to check. Is unprecedentedness a word?
A word. Hey, hashtag. Hashtag hey Libby, read a dictionary maybe.
You know what? I don't think so. There's a Wiktionary page for it, but not a Merriam-Webster page. Which, sorry, Libby, that one might. But you know what though? I've invented words on stream before, because sometimes I think I am making up a word, or I think I'm saying a word that is real, and I'm just making up words on the go. So you're in good company here. Sometimes I speak in gibberish myself.
Yeah, that last stream we did was a lot different than this one, and I'm sure there were some made up words when we were talking about the lottery numbers. A little different.
Yeah, that was an interesting stream. As a reminder, Libby and I were on stream when the lotto jackpot, it was the Powerball, it was 1.9 billion. Remember when it broke? The Powerball, well, it didn't break. It just, they had a flaw in the system, and people were outraged because it was supposed to be.
And then we have the political reporter and he and I trying to figure out, what's going on there, setting politics aside. I was actually there to cover elections.
You
now.
want to get people involved in a live stream? Just have a lotto drawing of $1.9 billion. We had the audience. I think we almost broke YouTube that night, Libby and I. But back here on topic. There's of course tremendous intrigue here with the arraignment and the unprecedented. I'll use your word, the unprecedentedness of today's events, and this is something that we've never seen before. And look, folks, I want to make this clear. There's a very good chance that we'll never see this ever again in our lifetime. A former president of the United States. Who is being indicted and arraigned on more than 3 dozen federal charges. We've never seen anything like this before in U.S. history, and you would hope that we don't see it again. We want our political system to work. We want, of course, people to. This isn't there are so many. I think the best way to say it, Libby, and I think that hopefully people at home nod their head, especially Americans, when they hear me say this. There are real fundamental problems that we have in this country that need to be addressed, and not to say that the two things can't occur concurrently, but there's so much focus today on the arraignment of Donald Trump, and of course there's so many other issues at hand that require the attention of the American public at large, and so we're hyper focused on this today. I really hope that that the political discourse over the next year plus is beneficial, that we hear fresh ideas, that we hear what the blueprint for our country for the next 4 year for 2024 through 2028, what it should look like, and that we elect the most fit person, the best person for office. I can only hope that is the situation that we find ourselves in. But right now, this is kind of everyone's stopping. We find ourselves at this moment in time where everyone's just focused in on this one federal courthouse because a former president of the United States is being indicted on felony charges.
Yeah, and you were speaking of, what comes in the future when it comes to, the issues really Americans are facing. And, Donald Trump he was on the campaign trail this weekend. So he's coming off of this from North Carolina, still, hammering his message on this with the 37 counts he's facing, that, it's a witch hunt, as well as the fact that he's innocent. So, and obviously he pled, as you had said, not guilty today to those charges like we anticipated. So I think really what comes of this is, we've seen a lot, and I've covered a lot, as a reporter, we've seen these kind of things. Historic events continue to, pile on. And the next one that I'm kind of looking at is if he were to win the primary and run for president again and be indicted, that would be another first. And we could see a president, pardon himself. So I think that's definitely, the next thing. That's such the reporter in me. Like, what's next? And we haven't even really finished this thing right here. But I think that's really, if you look down the road, that's going to be the political implications of this.
I'd like to highlight Lori Thompson's comment, #AJB. Talk about what's actually happening. This is where we are at a disadvantage, Lori, and to our audience. We can't.
The sketch artist is madly sketching
right now.
And
so while various nuggets of information are slowly making their way out of the courthouse, by our last official indication, with what, again, I have certain avenues in which I can report information to you on this live stream. As of right now, the arraignment is still ongoing. The 45th president, Donald J. Trump, has pled not guilty to all 37 counts, that this is still very much an active situation. And at approximately sometime between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, he is expected to make his way, or at least start to make his way, to Miami International Airport, where he's going to depart for Newark Liberty International Airport for an event tonight in New Jersey. So really, I mean, outside of Those particular pieces of information, there's just so limited amount of information to go by to be able to just give you play-by-play. If you came here for play-by-play, that is really hard for me to do today, especially because of the lack of electronics permitted inside of this courthouse. So that's where we find ourselves, and I will do my very best to stay glued to updates as they trickle out to producers who are standing by, quite literally waiting with their phones to communicate to the various networks that that we follow, actually what has gone on inside that courthouse. Today is really challenging to be a reporter, Libby, or to be a news producer, or to be someone who works in an active newsroom like we do here at WFLA.
Yeah, and it's tough when it's a federal court hearing, obviously.
Yes.
But I think that we heard from the woman outside of the courthouse, and I think that that's one thing, that's actually happening is those people surrounding the courthouse, many Trump supporters, but also I haven't seen, I don't know, JB, correct me if I'm wrong, many that don't support him. But obviously, as we spoke of earlier, but people who are joining, the security measures that were in place, all announced yesterday. This isn't the first time that Trump has been in a courthouse, but this is definitely, historical one because of the 37 counts that he's facing.
Oh, hold on. We're trying to get to Nomad's comment here. Do you see any possibility of Trump being declared a flight risk, not just for this case, but for any of his future ones?
What, define flight risk, maybe?
No. Flight risk as in he would flee the country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, our comment system is...
I don't know Trump's travel plans besides him going tonight up to New Jersey.
I'm sorry, say it again?
I said, I don't know his travel plans aside from where he's headed tonight.
Yeah,
so.
the chances of him being considered a flight risk when he is a former president positioned to perhaps be another, again, the future leader of our country, the chance of him leaving the United States is so remote. And for a judge to even pose the question of whether or not he's considered to be a flight risk would be massive headline grabbing news, because it would, because of what it would say about the legal trajectory of the case. But so
I'm no legal expert, but I wonder what kind of implications that would have on his presidentship. Because if he were to flee and then come back, I just don't know how that would play out. That's definitely going to be a question for Massa.
Yeah, but we talked about it. We talked about it a little bit because it's common in a federal case when you're facing, 37 felony counts, and if let's say you're not Donald Trump, let's say you're JB Buno and you're facing 37 felony counts in a federal courtroom, and your outlook looks very grim as far as your future. If you were in that scenario, a judge is going to look at you and think, okay, is this person going to try to elude justice by fleeing the country? And I think that in most scenarios, if somebody was facing 37 felony counts, it's a perfectly practical question to ask if somebody's considered a flight risk. But in this case, it's Donald Trump who is leading in the polls on the GOP side as far as being a presidential candidate. The chances of him being considered a flight risk are it's interesting because I think that it's not crazy to say that the chances of him being deemed a flight risk are virtually non-existent.
And another thing that I actually, when I was speaking to a lot of political experts here, was and we heard from that viewer that, talk about what's actually happening. So here's what I was just thinking about that was, crossing my mind again after speaking about this for the last, 72 hour, whenever it was that it broke, can't keep the day straight. But the visuals here inside the courtroom, we're not going to get a ton. We're going to get those sketches. But the actual indictment, we had all those pictures in it. And, we saw the documents in a ballroom in Mar-a-Lago. We saw the documents in a bathroom in Mar-a-Lago. Those kind of visuals are what's going to play into this case a lot. Once again, no legal expert, but I think as just a human, if you were sitting there viewing this rather than what someone's saying, when I was speaking with these political experts, they kept saying that the pictures and the actual evidence that is going to come in is going to be, what is going to draw people's attention a lot. And that's something that's, I guess, happening now. Technically happened or a couple days when the indictment came out, but what we'll be looking for in the future is, more discovery in the case. Those agents had to have taken thousands of pictures, from what I would guess. So there's so much to be had there.
We have this shot. We also have some of those pictures that have been released, showing the documents, the boxes of classified documents that were, again, based on reports found at Mar-a-Lago, and are the principal evidence in this case, and the principal evidence behind this 37 felony counts that have been filed against the former president of the United States. You're going to see, here we go, some of the images that have been released, showing this this mountain, quite literally, of boxes, a mountain of evidence, if you will. And so this is, of course, going to be center stage as the legal process, gets played out here in Florida, and as we, actually look. All signs are pointing to this going to trial, and this evidence that has been collected that has led to the 37 felony counts being filed, it's going to be showcased, and it's going to be up to the jury in this case to determine as to whether or not they find Donald Trump guilty of the crimes in which he has been charged. So it's again
one last thing, JB, that I was going to throw in there.
Yeah,
unprecedentedness. Is that what we're using now?
Yeah, right.
I was just going to say, I think the biggest difference here, just to add to that, is the fact that we see, these images of these documents, classified documents, in Mar-a-Lago, at the Mar-a-Lago estate. The biggest difference in the former president's, Donald Trump's case here, and other, classified document cases that have also been highlighted, is like him, not really necessarily cooperating. Those probably aren't the correct legal terms, but this, drawing out, where instead of just immediately cooperating. I think that is a big difference here when it comes to looking at this 37 count indictment, which I say that, JB, and I just still am, shocked at the uncharted waters that kind of we're entering here with a former president and current presidential candidate, as he's, in a courthouse in Miami here in Florida, which Florida politics, center stage.
Yeah, and tonight it's interesting how New Jersey will be the stage. Ahmed Ali, #KJB, what is Trump going to New Jersey for? He's going to speak tonight. By all accounts, he is going to be holding an event there tonight, and we have heard from him in several different formats and venues in the past several weeks and in the past several months. But of course, it is going to be his response to this is going to be very much under the microscope, and this is the most serious accusations that have been filed against a former president really ever. So, given the unprecedentedness of the situation, the New Jersey event is going to be an extremely
just another campaign event, JB, which is obviously his other state up there, but the campaign event is just another reason to bring back up the former president's current campaign as he heads back onto the campaign trail, and this is going to be something that he highlights in his speeches. This is not going to be swept under the rug. This is going to be a main focus point.
Yeah, you froze there for a moment, Libby, but you're back.
Sorry, did I cut out there? I don't know. Sorry.
You did, but you're back. I want to. Great. Let's see here. I want to. Oh, this report just came in, trickled out to some producers, to NBC News. Trump, for what it's worth, FWIW for those texting, for what it's worth. Trump wore a red tie, and he sat stone-faced as his lawyer entered the plea. Entering the former president's plea, the Trump lawyer stated, quote, we most certainly enter a plea of not guilty, end quote. So a bit of an emphatic add-on there by saying we most certainly enter a plea of not guilty. Every word, every eyebrow twitch, every flinch, every reach for a cup of water is going to be documented inside that courtroom today, because again, it goes into the annals of history, of American history, as again, we're dealing with something that we've never seen before. Let's show you some new visuals here, folks. Let's show you some of the live feeds from outside. That is a chopper right overhead. So no TFR issued, at least unless this particular news helicopter has an exemption of some kind. TFR is temporary flight restriction, and that is oftentimes issued when an event is considered of of paramount importance or of particular governmental importance. And so, or if there's a large crowd of people gathering, there's going to be restrictions placed on air traffic sometimes, but no TFR from what we can see here, unless, again, this news chopper was granted an exemption. A lot of movement there from the sky on the ground. It's just, everyone's just kind of awaiting the arraignment
Everyone's
concluding.
just sweating.
Yes, still sweating, no doubt. And
inside and outside the courtroom, maybe. Speculative.
Right, exactly. But you know what's interesting is that I noted earlier, I said, let's go back up to a live feed so people can monitor. I said earlier that I was expecting this to be relatively brief, but the time is now 35 past the hour, so about 3:34, 3:35 right now. And it's been about 25 or so minutes since we had the plea of not guilty get entered. So a lot has happened since then. The arraignment is not over yet, from our understanding, or else reporters would be quite literally sprinting out of the courtroom to find their news crew and communicate what has happened and start to shelve over notes. But the arraignment is still ongoing, as we understand it. And there's been a long amount of time that's elapsed between the plea of not guilty being entered and now. So what could they be talking about? I don't want to go too far deep down the rabbit hole, but there are certain things that are being discussed, I'm sure, such as any potential disagreements between the prosecution and the defense, anything regarding the next court date, if you will. There's a lot of different little procedural things that could be adding up to now us being 35 past the hour, Libby, and the arraignment is still ongoing.
JB, I hate to say it, I really do, as much as I want to stay, because I love your streams. I'm in the 5:30 today. We'll be talking about the political implications, campaign implications this arraignment has for Trump's, third bid for the White House. So I'll be doing that as much as I want to stay.
Libby, I appreciate you staying on for as long as you did. Really appreciate it. Everyone, give Libby a follow on social media. She's our very talented Tallahassee bureau reporter. She covers all things Florida politics for us in the Florida state capitol. Libby, I appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, JB.
All right, Libby, take care. All right, back here with you live in the Stream Center. Let me explain why you're stuck with me. And it's because it's getting close to news time here, everybody. So, of course, at WFLA, we have our 4 o'clock newscast, our 5 o'clock newscast, our 6 o'clock newscast, our 7 o'clock. We do a lot of local news here at WFLA. And so all of our reporters like Masa and Libby and Walt and some of the Josh Benson, all the people that help put on our broadcast news product, they are getting ready now for the 4 o'clock news. And that's why you're stuck with me here in the Stream Center. It's because they're off getting ready for television. But on television, we can't do one thing that is very near and dear to my heart, and that is spotlight you, our commenters. So on Livestream here, we can interact with you, and that's why interactive journalism is very much important to me. I want to be able to feature as many different perspectives, comments, opinions, viewpoints over the course of our live coverage. That's something that we can do on television, but really it's something that is very much our core mission here at WFLA News Channel 8. So, back to you in the comment section. You have something to say? something you want to ask, an opinion you want shared, use hashtag HeyJB in the YouTube live comment section, Facebook live comment section, and I will do my very best to spotlight as many comments as possible. I might go check in on the WFLA JB Facebook page. I haven't been there in a bit. I want to see if there's an audience there that's watching live right now. And so I will try my very best to bring in some comments on the WFLA JB Facebook page. So Penfold wants to know hashtag HJB. I'm from the UK. With Trump facing charges like this, how can he stand in 2024? I guess. Well, let's talk about. I mean, as far as politically, this is something that he is going to use undoubtedly as part of his campaign, or he already has as part of his campaign. He is calling this a politically motivated witch hunt. And even further proof that that the current person, Joe Biden, who is president of the United States, is inferior to him, if you will, and Trump is using this latest development as far as these charges as proof as to why he should be once again elected as president of the United States. As far as how can he stand as far as his legal future, look, how this unfolds in 2024 or 2023 into 2024, how this impacts his campaign is a paramount question. So we really don't know exactly how the schedule is going to play out. But let's not forget, he has the legal situation unfolding in New York. He's got this now in Florida. There's a lot on Donald Trump's calendar going forward. He's going to be quite busy, both with his with legally defending himself and with his campaign to run for president again. We're going to be hearing a lot about Donald Trump over the next 14, 15, 16 months. I just want to confirm I've not received any report myself that the arraignment has concluded. L. Modir wants to know hashtag HJB. How do you think Trump fans will react if Trump was found guilty? I think that in all likelihood they would be extremely upset. The reaction would not be positive. I think that's the fairest way to put it. We addressed this earlier, Broken, hashtag HJB. Why are we only focused on Trump while Joe Biden and Hillary are just as guilty of similar offenses? They are the scope and size of the amount of classified documents and the sensitivity of those classified documents in this case is considered by experts to be far more egregious than those with Hillary and Joe Biden. That is considered to be the reason as to why this has gotten, again, 37 felony counts in comparison to Joe Biden and the documents that were found in his possession, Hillary Clinton with the email server. This, of course. And also, let's not forget too, folks, there's also recency bias. This is also something too that people are really focused on in the now because it's happening right now, and we're talking about a former president who could be a future president. We're sandwiched in this 4-year term. There is a scenario at play where Donald Trump is elected to 2 separated 4-year terms, separated by the presidency of Joe Biden. So we're in this, everything is almost hyper-focused right now on this moment in time. So there's certainly a recency bias that comes into play as well. There was a lot of chatter about that in our comment section earlier as well. But as a reminder too, we're not here to today we are covering the arraignment of Donald Trump. And while I understand I'm trying to be respectful to the comments that are pointing to, and we talked about it earlier. I hope you were at the beginning of the live stream. We talked about the situation regarding Mike Pence, the situation regarding Joe Biden, how Hillary Clinton fits into the equation. This is considered to be the amount of classified and confidential documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago is considered to be way more egregious, according to various experts that deal with presidential records and deal with that subject matter. Let's see here. We'll stay here with you live and take you to, again, the aerial shot. I think this shot, check that we have another news helicopter. Look at this. This is the line of motorcycles and the motorcade that are waiting for the arraignment to be over. And believe me, they will be mobilizing and getting ready as soon as they get word that Donald Trump is about to exit the building and get ready to leave the premises. They are going to be moving very quickly to get into their vehicles. So they very clearly, obviously, have not been given that word just yet, which leads you and all of us to assume what we have been reporting now for some time, that the arraignment is ongoing and it is not yet concluded. After a quick water break here with you back on stream, again, interact. This comment is so, this is why I enjoy live streaming, is because we get in questions that, I've never seen this question before. Enos says that he's watching from Denmark, and he asks, is political opinion more divisive than religion in the United States? And why, if it is? I don't think it's outlandish for me to state that politically our country is far more divided right now than we are from a religious perspective. And I think that the proof in this answer that I'm giving you is that you'll find different denominations, different religious backgrounds, people of different religious faiths that are Democrats, and different religious faiths that are Republicans, and they will agree on their political. They won't agree on certain religious principles, but they will agree on who they think is best fit, which party should be in charge of running our country. So I think it's because, man, why politically are we more divided than more religiously divided? Because we are, there's perhaps many reasons, but we are political theater in this country, and how our country is run. Look, we are a democracy, and speaking up and having political ideals and political views and political opinions is very much the bedrock of our country and how our country functions. So, and while you could say that too about religion, just politically right now, there's just something that has been so polarized, and I think a lot of that has, look, on social media, a lot of that has been really put under the microscope, and so I can't give you like a master reason as to why, but I can't help but want to spotlight the question from Enos, because what's really interesting is that we get so much disbelief coming from international viewers on our live streams, people who don't understand American politics and don't understand how we can be so divided in this country. There's almost like this mind-numbing amount of confusion over how we can be talked about as the greatest country in the world, but yet be as unbelievably divided as we are right now. But as far as the religious component and how that factors in, that's very interesting. I haven't thought about it that way, Enos, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the question. Let's see here. We're waiting on updates here, folks, and waiting for the arraignment to conclude. Let's go back to the shot of the motorcade, because that will tell us a story. Still very little action. This is interesting as far as this now entering the 50th minute of the arraignment, approximately. And it remains ongoing. So what has gone on in the last 40 or so minutes since the plea of not guilty? What is being discussed? There haven't been too many reports trickling out of the courthouse, other than that Trump wore a red tie and didn't have much of an expression on his face when his lawyer entered a plea of not guilty. But something's going on in court. It just hasn't made its way out to news crews around the courthouse just yet. Dwayne wants to know, #KJB, do you think this is politically motivated in your personal opinion? I don't give my personal opinion on live streams. What I try to do is provide some context, and I try to provide a voice for our commenters in the comment section. And while there's going to be some questions that are so easy for me to answer, I try my very best, especially with politics. It's not about my opinion. It's about your opinion, especially if you are, you're a citizen of the United States and you're part of our process here for electing representatives to represent us in government at multiple levels, whether it's at local government, at state government, federally. So it's about your opinion here, folks. But I appreciate when people want to know how I feel. It's not my job to share what I feel or which way I lean or what I think of this person or that person. That's not what I'm here to do. In fact, it would be highly inappropriate for me to voice my my thoughts on a candidate. We can do our very best here to call balls and strikes, and we can do our very best here to explain to you how a candidate is viewed, maybe in the landscape of Florida politics, or how a candidate is viewed by certain people, but from a certain background or from a certain section of our country. But it's not about me. It's about you guys. Let's see here. There's been some attention here paid to this shot now might be the rear exit of the courthouse. This camera is positioned, I believe, in the area where near the drop-off point. So this very well might be our first glimpse at Donald Trump today, if he is in fact going to be making his way out of here. But that appears to be a tunnel for a vehicle. So I would be very surprised if the 45th president of the United States was going to be walking up that ramp. The vehicle that transported him to this courthouse very likely went down into that basement parking area, and we might now see vehicles pop out of that parking area. So we'll stay on this shot because clearly they are anticipating activity. And actually, as I say that now, here is a vehicle, a black Chevrolet SUV. And let's put up audio here, folks, and listen in. By all indications, this is the motorcade for the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump, now exiting the courthouse, the federal courthouse in Miami, Florida. He is expected to be taken to Miami International Airport, where between 4 and 4:30 or so, he is going to be leaving the airport and taking off for an event tonight in New Jersey. But this is now the motorcade departing the courthouse, and you can hear cheers of support for Donald Trump after he pleads not guilty to 37 felony counts, accused of hoarding classified documents. Let's listen in. Wow, a demonstrator was just... Oh, wow, demonstrators are now pouring into the streets, and security personnel are trying to quell those demonstrators from running into the streets. They're running to keep up with those who are just trying to get closer to the motorcade. So clearly a security breakdown of some kind here. There was a moment, and I switched to it as quickly as I could. There was a moment where somebody with a sign ran in front of one of the black SUVs with a sign and crossed the street in the middle of the motorcade. So clearly there was a moment there where demonstrators were getting too close for comfort for the security detail, and now they appear to be exiting the area of the Miami courthouse and, again, heading to Miami International Airport. But a very close call there. One of the vehicles, we don't know if it was carrying Donald Trump or not, but one of the vehicles had to slow down to avoid hitting one of those demonstrators. And that was a very close call here in Miami, Florida. Again, Donald Trump pleading not guilty to all 37 felony counts against him, leaving now Miami and heading to New Jersey through Miami International Airport. Folks, I'm going to tell you, I tried to hit the touchscreen as quickly as I could. That was close. One of those demonstrators got really close to one of those SUVs. And again, because they are all unmarked and because they're traveling in bunches, it can be difficult to determine which one is carrying Donald Trump. That, of course, is part of the security strategy here for transporting the former president. But one of those SUVs got really close. I'm sure that clip will be making it out to social media in no time as we see the parking lot of vehicles, these vehicles on one of the main roadways here that has been stopped to allow for the motorcade to make its way through to the airport. But that was a close call. And perhaps that was enthusiasm just getting a little bit too out of control there in that moment. But certainly a close call. We have now a shot. Let's show you.
He tried to jump in front of the president's truck. God love you. God love you. God love you. God love you. God bless America. God bless USA. God bless the Constitution. God bless Jesus. We don't hate anyone.
Arrests are certainly possible after multiple demonstrators made their way into the street and interrupted the travel of the motorcade having to slow down and go around one of the demonstrators in particular. So clearly a troubling scene there as the former president left the courthouse. Not sure exactly what that person was thinking, but clearly crossing a line both figuratively and literally as far as jumping into the street and crossing that street with a sign in front of one of those black SUVs. The motorcade now making its way to Miami International Airport for a flight to New Jersey for an event tonight. Interesting. So a report from the ground. 2 men providing security for Trump tackled a man in the street who was holding a sign. And that demonstrator is said to be, he reportedly was wearing a white and black prison-striped outfit, standing in front of Trump's motorcade as it departed the courthouse. That security was forced to tackle the man to the ground on the sidewalk nearby. So an individual wearing a white and black prison-striped outfit jumping into the motorcade, in front of that motorcade. That is according to NBC News. And now to the part that really matters, and that is what happened inside of the courthouse. This is again coming from NBC News, of course, NBC being the network of WFLA, our affiliated network. And I'm just going to read this here from the NBC News report on NBCnews.com. As their arraignment concluded, Trump and Nauta were released on their own recognizance. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Goodman, who oversaw the arraignment, did not issue any restrictions on travel for Trump and Nauta. Rather, Goodman issued another condition, a limited contact order. Goodman directed government prosecutors to put together a list of people who Trump would not be able to contact to discuss the specifics of the case, and that list is to include Nauta, the judge said. The limited contact order was requested by government lawyers. Rather, Goodman ordered it. Enforcing such an order, however, could be challenging. Nauta remains Trump's body man and aide, and policing their interactions could prove difficult. Trump's next court appearance was not decided on during the hearing. The big takeaway on this, undoubtedly, is the limited contact order. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Goodman didn't see any, need for there being, and I'm just looking here at our coverage on WFLA. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Goodman did not see any reason for restricting travel. We talked about it on stream. Donald Trump fleeing the country is considered to be such an outlandish thought and such a remote scenario that it's not really even considered in a court of law. But Judge Goodman, issuing a limited contact order. And he directed the prosecution to put together a list of people who Trump can't talk to about the case. Now the big question is going to be, who is on this list? This is a very important development because it gives prosecutors the ability to enforce a list of people that Trump is not to have contact with to discuss specifics of the case. The real question is, if he were to violate that contact order, what are the ramifications? What are the consequences for violating that order? But a very interesting and perhaps unexpected development we were talking about, okay, this is going on for some time. This arraignment is getting close to being an hour long. What is being discussed? We now know that one of the big things that was discussed was a limited contact order to, in essence, bar Trump from talking to certain people. We don't know who outside of Nauta, but certain people about the case itself. And that, to me, of course, is highly significant. And how the prosecutors form this list and what if that list will be released to the public, that to me is, of course, going to be a massive development as well. Staying here with you live from the aerial view, the helicopter feed showing you the motorcade as it heads closer to Miami International Airport. I'm going to read more of this report back in 30. JB here with you live again, folks, as we see vehicles from that motorcade getting closer to their destination. And you can see the crowd of supporters that were there ready to greet the former president. It's interesting. I'm looking for, word is coming out now of what transpired over the course of the 50 minutes or so that this arraignment took place. And the amount of video that is now circulating on social media of that person jumping into the motorcade, crossing the street with a sign that is dominating the social media space right now. And again, notes are being distributed to various stations and networks and publications as far as play-by-play, really, in essence, what happened inside the courtroom. The no contact list, a limited contact order. It's yeah, that is how do you enforce that? How are you to enforce? Is it even an enforceable order? You're telling Donald Trump who he can and can't talk to about the case, but if you lock Donald Trump in a room with one person and they're going to talk about whatever they want to talk about. The judge says, "What did you talk about in the room that day?" And you can say, "Oh, well, we talked about McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's." I mean, you could talk about anything. I don't understand how that will be enforced. But legal analysts are legal analysts because they provide legal analysis, and so I'll be very curious to hear from them. Okay, we have a shot inside. Let's look.
Hello, everybody. Oh, my man. I'm never going to fight this guy. Jorge, how you doing? He's a great guy. He's a champion. He likes to fight. You're the champion. You're the champion. Yes, go ahead, please. Let's gather around. Come on.
Father, we thank you that you've given us President Trump to stand against the wave that's coming against our nation. Father, as Cuban Americans, we declare communism will not come to our shores. Father, we thank you that you've anointed him and called him for this time. In Jesus' name, amen.
Padre, vengo ante ti a pedirte por este varón, Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, bendito tú eres, Padre, creador del universo. Te pido que unjas a este hombre con toda fortaleza, disipando toda tiniebla, todo principado que se haya levantado en contra de él. Dale fortaleza en sus manos, dale firmeza en su cuerpo, dale ese espíritu de poder y dominio propio. En el nombre de Jesús lo declaramos libre de toda maldición y toda maldición. Decimos amén, amén, amén.
God bless you. Thank you very much. Yes, coming right back. Jesus loves you. God, he does.
Get in. All right. Wait, let me get in there. Brazilians
for Trump.
Talia.
Let's go.
Thanks very much.
Talia, how are you, Mr. President?
Come on.
Hi, Mr. President.
Talia, come here.
How are you, my friend?
Are you okay?
I'm good. Are you okay? I'm with you.
Where's the owner? Are you ready? Are you ready? Food for everyone. Food for Thank you very much, darling. You take care of yourself. Where's Jorge?
Right here, sir.
Let's get a picture. Come on. This guy, great champ. Just don't fight him.
One this way, sir.
Justin?
One this way.
Donald Trump has made a stop at a Cuban restaurant in South Florida before heading to the airport. That was former UFC champion Jorge Masvidal. Continue listening.
Some birthday. Some birthday. We got a government that's out of control. What a great group of people. What a great group. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Donald. Happy birthday to New York Times. It's a great photography. Thank you, everybody. That was great. Really nice. Thank you. How did it go? I think it's going great. I think it's a rigged deal here. We have a rigged country. We have a country that's corrupt. We have a country that's got no borders. We have a country that's got nothing but problems. We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff. And you see where the people are. We love the people, and you see where they are. You see the crowds and everything else. We have a country that is in decline like never before, and we can't let it happen. I'm going to make a little speech tonight in Bedminster, and I hope you're going to be there.
Can you start tomorrow?
I hope you're going to be there. You can come too if you want, okay? Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
God bless
Thank you.
Donald Trump.
Thank you, everybody.
Country of way you open your eyes.
Oh, I love that. Thank you very much.
God bless.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you, everybody.
We're moving. We're moving.
Ten cuidado.
And now the media being escorted out. So limited media availability. I can actually show you outside. Now you can see the few cameras that were allowed inside that Cuban restaurant are being escorted outside for that limited media availability. And so this was an unexpected stop. By all indications, what we were given by the Trump team was that Trump was going to be heading directly to the airport, but making a bit of a pit stop here to have lunch at this Cuban restaurant in South Florida. And clearly this was orchestrated ahead of time because certain media cameras were allowed inside, and we were able to access it here in the Stream Center to be able to live stream that. But it appears to be a event that had limited media access because they quickly escorted various cameras out of the building itself. But you can clearly see that this restaurant, this Cuban restaurant, is quite literally overflowing with Trump supporters, people who are there to support President Donald Trump after his arraignment. And you heard there as well that Trump was the recipient of a birthday song. People were singing happy birthday. His birthday is tomorrow. And I want to make sure I have this right. Yeah, tomorrow he turns 77 years old. 77. We were talking about age earlier. There was concern in our comment section about the age of our likeliest presidential candidates. And currently, Joe Biden is 80. Donald Trump is 77 at this time tomorrow. So that was we've had. It was interesting. I think that we might have put a bit of a jinx on it. Today's events were as expected for about the first half, and then we had a trio, if you will, of very unexpected, 3 unexpected turns. The first is the no contact order. That legally, of course, is of the most consequence because the judge is stating that the prosecution is allowed to create a list of people that Trump cannot talk to about specifics of this case going forward. That is largely significant legally. We then had a bit of chaos outside the courthouse as a demonstrator and multiple other demonstrators crossed the line, again, figuratively and literally, into the street as the motorcade was leaving. That was a bit of a shocking development considering how well the event had gone, how well safety and security had been up until that point. And then now this is the third unexpected development. Before Trump leaves for New Jersey, he is stopping for a bit of food, making a pit stop at a Cuban restaurant in South Florida. Quickly going to make his way, I'm sure, to Miami International Airport. And I say quickly because he does have a very hectic schedule as far as being able to make it to Bedminster on time to speak at that event tonight in New Jersey. So paying attention to our live feeds. And now I think the motorcade is leaving already. Yeah, so let's show you that. We have the motorcade at least preparing to leave, or at least these motorcycles are making their way down the street. And yeah, I can show you the ground shot outside. Let's listen in. And back here with you live, folks. JB here with you in the WFLA Now Stream Center. The motorcade on its way to Miami International Airport, at least so as I said that last time, I'm not going to be caught making, is reportedly on its way to Miami International Airport for a flight to New Jersey, heading to Newark, to be specific. And so that concludes the Cuban pit stop, the Cuban restaurant pit stop, that was made unexpectedly. But again, the biggest takeaway from today is the arraignment of the 45th president of the United States following his indictment. The arraignment on 37 felony charges, federal charges of significant consequence if they lead to a guilty verdict. The accusation is that Donald Trump hoarded classified documents, documents that should never have been taken to Mar-a-Lago, according to prosecutors. And so the legal future for this case remains unknown because the next court hearing, the next procedural event legally has not yet been scheduled. So we don't know when this is going to unfold. Is this going to be something that we hear about during Halloween or Christmas or next year when it's an election year? It was the same with New York. How this fits in now to the campaign cycle is massively significant. And its impact on the campaigns of multiple candidates is going to be something worth paying attention to. And so this is, again, all taking shape over what is going to be a very hectic second half of 2023. And believe me, an even more hectic full year leading up to November election day, 2024. I'll try my very best to answer some final questions and comments as we get closer to this live stream reaching its final chapter as far as Miami International Airport. Yeah. Hey, Team Brittany, saying please use one of our YouTube moderators. Please use hashtag HeyJB for your comments. And yes, please be kind in the chat. Stacked in Florida, hashtag HeyJB. Can you do a poll asking what we think will happen? You know, my YouTube poll, I used to be able to do multiple responses. But I don't see the button anymore to do a second or third response. Let me see if I can fix that. I want to see if I can fix that. Stand by. Can I turn this off? And maybe, just maybe, I can get my poll, my multi-response poll functionality back. Let's see. Right, it shouldn't just be two options. Start a poll. Oh yeah, there it is. It's back. Sure. Viewer poll. Do you think, I'll say, which legal outcome do you think will come out of this case? All right. So, yes. Guilty. Not guilty. Hung jury or other, because believe me, there's a lot of different things that can happen, including this getting delayed to the point where a presidential pardon could occur. So there's a lot of, I'm just going to put guilty, not guilty, hung jury or other. How's that for interactivity? Stacked in Florida, ask and you shall receive. That poll is live on the WFLA YouTube channel, on our YouTube Live. Let's see. Let's see what you have to say, folks. In the meantime, I'll look at some other questions and comments. Oh, you're welcome. I got you. Gina wants to know, can he be convicted but not jailed and still prevented from being no. There are no legal ramifications or legal consequences that would bar him from being ineligible as a candidate or being ineligible as president of the United States. That is according to legal experts that are far more well-versed on the subject than myself. I am not a legal expert. I am not a legal analyst. I listen to a lot of legal expertise and a lot of legal analysis, and I'm telling you that is what they are saying. And it's been very consistent that a conviction would not he would not prevent him from being president of the United States. Reading some other comments as the motorcade gets closer. How about our poll? That's not enough votes yet for me to read it out. We got to get we got to get more votes in our poll before. Yeah, I feel like it's more like it's leveling out. Usually when we get past 1,000 or so votes, the numbers tend to level out. But I've seen from 500 votes to 1,000 votes, the poll numbers change sometimes quite a bit. So we want to allow this some time for people to vote. And but if you use hashtag AJB, I can animate your comment on screen. You know, Dank here has been asking this question repeatedly, and I just want to let you know I've seen it, even though it's kind of, you know, it's not off topic. I guess it's a political and societal question, but says, do you think cancel culture was worse under the last administration or this one, and why? It's not for my that's not for me to it's my opinion doesn't matter, but I'd like to give this listener, this viewer, the opportunity to ask this question to others. So if you want to, you can respond to @Dankst or DankZ, and issue a response to this person directly. That's how we can promote conversation in our comment section that is back and forth dialogue as well. Just keep it clean. I'll show comments from both sides, and I'll pose questions, but just keep it clean, folks. That's all we ask. Only Twine says hashtag AJB, will Kamala run in place of Biden? There's so many people who are thinking aloud as to whether or not Biden would not be the Democratic candidate, the Democratic nominee. I just he's running until he isn't. So it would be there is very look, anything right now regarding, for example, if you saw something that Kamala Harris would be a potential Democratic nominee, that is all highly speculative. And that's also one of the reasons why these live streams can be beneficial. We can help you get through the fog a bit and talk about what is rooted in reality and what and what is just purely speculative. And this is speculative. So there has been nothing substantial about Kamala, the current vice president of the United States, running in place of Joe Biden. Greg wants to know where he's going. He's going to New Jersey. Every time I think of New Jersey, a couple things about New Jersey. I'll share some thoughts on New Jersey. New Jersey gets a bad rep sometimes, but Jersey's not. I have some family in New Jersey, wonderful family members in New Jersey. New Jersey also gets the short end of the stick regarding pizza. New York pizza is phenomenal, but New Jersey pizza is also phenomenal, and people forget that New Jersey pizza is outstanding. So shout out to New Jersey pizzerias. Another thing about New Jersey, all I ever think about is The Sopranos. I'm sorry, it's like ingrained in my brain. I hear the Sopranos theme song in my head every single time. It is immediate. So yes, he's going to New Jersey, and he's going to be speaking at an event tonight in Bedminster. Man, Paulie, right? How do you find a look? I've been told repeatedly by the legal experts that we've had on Livestream that you'd be surprised at how you can find jurors that are particularly impartial, or at least claim to be particularly impartial. But I will admit, jury selection would be unprecedented there would be unprecedentedness, callback, to jury selection in a case such as this. KNW3, what did Trump eat at that restaurant? I don't know if he had time. By the time that he had shaken hands with some folks, he was out. He was only there for 10 minutes, maybe more. I don't remember exactly how long, because it took us a minute for us to find out that he had actually walked in, but he didn't appear to sit down and eat. Noob wants to know, you mentioned a presidential pardon earlier. Why would Biden pardon him? That was Libby who was talking about the scenario where Trump were to be elected in 2024 and issue a pardon for himself. Rebecca on Facebook says, yeah, that's another guy that you think of with New Jersey. John Bon Jovi, right? Did he grow up in New Jersey though? We're off the rails on this, by the way. We're just having fun now. Everyone, just a chance to exhale a little bit. Did he grow up in Jersey? He was born there. Oh. Let's see this. Yeah, no, he did. He went to high school in Jersey. I have so many friends from Philadelphia that are massive Bon Jovi fans that I always just immediately forget that Bon Jovi grew up in New Jersey as well. Yeah. Another one. Hey, Duty Ron. Hey man, I hope you're feeling better. Shout out. Thank you for what you do, my friend. We need to get on a show one of these days soon. Well, Duty Ron, a streamer who also helps us in the comment section as one of our moderators. He's a stand-up guy. And if you haven't found his channel, worth it. Go check him out. Those are emojis, I think. Anthony just says Trump 2024 and is spamming that repeatedly in the comment section. There's a lot of support for Trump in our comment section, but there's also a lot of angst too. This is why we were talking earlier about how divisive it can get. Got probably another 5 or so minutes. Greg Goudreau, #HJB. Am I covering the speech? No, I think I'll be cooking dinner at that point. I'm cooking tonight. I don't remember what I'm cooking though. No, I'm not. So I will not be here at the station for it tonight. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a great question, man with a plan. It's a man with a plan. He had a plan to ask this question. Was Melania anywhere to be seen? I did not see her on this live stream. No. Bogdan, #AJB. Will Trump be arrested? He technically turned himself in, so he was formally arrested, booked, processed, and arraigned. That makes sense. Only Twine, will any additional hearings be televised? If it's going to stay in this jurisdiction, which that's expected to be, the legal future for this case, look, there's a very good chance that we never actually have a camera ever inside of the courtroom where this trial would happen. Monaco says, #KJB. I don't like Trump, but he's doing a better job than Joe. Nate Boggs, #KJB. Do they put him in handcuffs or no? Trump was not put in handcuffs today. And handcuffs are really just for, they can be procedural and part of the booking process, part of the arraignment process, but it is usually done for certain offenses in certain jurisdictions. It depends on court policy. It can depend on a sheriff's office or sheriff's department policy, but it is usually done in a situation where there is a particularly dangerous person, somebody who really requires handcuffs, someone who could potentially be violent, And that's why in some cases you will see somebody wear handcuffs in a courtroom. In other cases you won't. There was no handcuffs around the former presidents of the United States. SYN, hashtag HJB. So how about them aliens? I have not seen the News Nation special on the UFO whistleblower. Oh, the poll. We have reached 1,000 votes. Viewer poll. We'll come back to aliens in a second. Which legal outcome do you think will come out of this case? 42% guilty, 42% not guilty, 8% hung jury, 7% other. How about that poll? Wow. Not guilty by a handful of votes, ended up winning that, but I mean, so slight. Kills my skills, hashtag HJB. You can't stop the Trump train. That's the opinion of one of our commenters. I mean, we're going down the rabbit hole now. But Vicky, hashtag HJB, if Biden is on the no contact list, does that mean Trump can't do any political debates with him? No, Biden will not be. The purpose of the no contact list is to prevent him from discussing the case with anybody that is particularly that has direct contact with the events of Mar-a-Lago and the accusations of the confidential documents being physically removed from the White House and moved to the locations in which they were found. Look, this is a funny question, but Biden will not be on the no contact list. But I couldn't help but chuckle. Aliens, are they real? We're not going to do a formal poll. Emoji poll. Is there an alien emoji? We're going to end our stream with a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun, because I like to have some fun with you guys when we have the opportunity to do so. There isn't an alien emoji, right? So let's find it. There it is. All right. If you believe aliens are real, put in an alien emoji in the comment section. If you believe that aliens are not real, give me a thumbs down emoji. Does life exist? As we look here at the Trump plane. Punch in your emoji vote in our comment section, and I'll be back in 30. All right, a majority of people in our comment section believe that aliens are real, based on the very informal, very, very, very unscientific emoji poll that we just ran, because I'm seeing alien emojis everywhere, and I'm seeing Jan and Mad Max and Proud Army Wife and some others here. How about let's go over to Facebook. Christine with some thumbs down. There are some thumbs down. Yvonne with some thumbs down. But guys, I mean, a lot of aliens. A lot of aliens in our comment section. So a majority of our Facebook and YouTube audience believe that aliens are real, and that is the unexpected end of our live coverage here on WFLA Now. Thanks so much for joining us here on our interactive live stream. This has been coverage of the arraignment of the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, who is, you can see quite literally on your screen, we'll tap the touch screen here, he is getting onto the Trump plane where he's going to be leaving for New Jersey momentarily. We'll keep this feed up so that we can monitor the activity at Miami International Airport. And as we look at it again there, we'll keep the live feed up. And again, live coverage on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. Thanks so much for joining us here, everybody, on WFLA Now. I'm JB Buno. Really appreciate you spending part of your afternoon and almost evening here with us. Of course, it being this Tuesday, June 13th. We really appreciate wherever you're watching from. This is part of our venture into interactive journalism. And what we do is we try to engage with you live, interact with you live as we cover the stories that you want us to cover. But we're always paying very close attention to you and the stories that you think that we should be on top of and be given our live stream treatment, if you will. What stories we should be covering interactively. And that's why you can always send an email. I believe that the email, I'll just confirm here, is WFLA Now at WFLA.com. Yeah. It's WFLA Now, and our YouTube moderators, I'm sure, will help us out. WFLA Now at WFLA.com. If you want to give us feedback, request a particular story that we should be covering, talk about how we cover stories interactively, if there's something that you want, if you want your voice to be heard, we want you to be able to provide feedback in any which way, shape, or form, good, bad, or ugly, directed towards me, directed towards our format, directed towards the way that we go about our live streaming, whatever we are always listening. And so we really appreciate you spending part of your Tuesday afternoon here with us from the WFLA Now Stream Center. Again, I'm going to leave the stream up so that we can show you the Trump plane as it leaves Miami International Airport and makes its way to Newark, New Jersey for the event tonight in Bedminster, New Jersey. Again, a huge thank you to our WFLA YouTube moderators and to you wherever you're watching from. Thank you so much for being part of the comment section here on WFLA Now. I'm JB Buno. You can follow me at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok. I'm on those various platforms. And as always, thanks so much for joining us here on WFLA Now.